Hello everybody. Hello and welcome to the stream. Good morning. Good evening. Hope you're doing well. And I hope my internet is doing well. I've been watching it fluctuate a little bit before starting the stream just to see if I can actually stream without the internet cutting it short like it did last time. But welcome to those of you that are here. And also thank you for an anonymous gift sub to Shy Shay, which is great. Good way to start. Let's get logged in. There might be a slight delay in the stream right now, just because of some dropped frames at the beginning of the stream. It was a little bit bad right at the beginning, so you might need to refresh to fix that delay, and then hopefully it'll we'll get some smooth sailing. Hopefully we'll get some smooth sailing with the internet. Hello, Paula. Hey, Yun. Thank you so much for the. Thank you so much. YUN035. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I'm gonna be continuing on where we left off. Last time we did a side quest with Hildebrand, which introduced us to goddamn Gilgamesh, which is so awesome. And then we got to a point where I was going to proceed. Dex, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Embryfer. Last time we were going to proceed with the main quest, and I was speaking with Minfilia, and we reunited Minfilia with her adoptive mother, and I was actually falling asleep. I was actually falling asleep on stream. I was like, this must stop. Minfilia's putting me to bed, and I'm asleep. So we did a side quest with Hildebrand. It was a shorter Final Fantasy XIV stream, but I wanted to be wide awake and ready to go for some main quests today. So yes, got a new Catwoman in this location, which is Minfilia's mother, and we're going to be rebuilding the Scions elsewhere. We're moving house, packing up and moving away. But Utopia, Boki, MGS Awesome, welcome. Hello. And Tux, right at the beginning of the stream, hello. And Strider, and Embryfer, and Quadjaric. You're all great. Minfilia's not a cat because I said adoptive mother. Adoptive being the key word. Minfilia was adopted by the cat. How the turntables when the cat adopts the human. We've got a bunch more side quests that have opened up here actually as well, which is interesting. Oh, I've unlocked New Game Plus. Oh, because I've completed a Realm Reborn. That makes sense. Oh, that's cool. So I can replay old quests now in my current setup. That's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet. Thank you so much for the 300 bits, Embryfer. Are we hype training? We are hype training incoming because I am goddamn streaming again with good internet. We back. Trauma Queen. Alright, I'll leave that. I've unlocked New Game Plus though, that's cool. You have to just talk to a random NPC and hope for the best there. Oh, I realized that we need to be inside to speak to Minfilia anyway. Hey, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. I'm glad you've been enjoying the playthrough. Appreciate the Prime sub. Minfilia, I'm here to get your dialogue. You can put me to sleep. Yeah, last stream was immensely disappointing. I'm planning on doing a additional stream. I should add it to the schedule actually. I forgot to. I'm planning on doing an additional stream tomorrow for Metal Gear Acid. So we're going to jump into Metal Gear Acid 2 again. And then I'm going to edit that first stream and the second stream together before I upload the VOD to YouTube, because we didn't really get much done in the first stream because of the internet. So I'm going to be looking at doing some Acid 2 tomorrow, and then we'll see how we go. Deliver these documents to Slaffborn. Yeah, I'll chuck that in there. I'll chuck that in the schedule. So same time tomorrow, we'll stream some Metal Gear Acid 2 for a while, and hopefully that'll go smoothly, which should be sweet. We can only hope. Revenant's Toll. Can I just yeah, take me there. Get me out of here. But yeah, I was getting into it. I can certainly see that I actually almost preferred when we were able to... Oh, I've spawned into an ass. I actually preferred it when we were watching the cutscenes to Acid almost, because it was so fun to like react to the story alongside you guys and just focusing on that. Because the gameplay is very long. The gameplay is very long, so reacting to the cutscenes and the story was awesome. Because we managed to get through that game like so much faster that way. Hey Steven, good morning. Ah, Quadjaric. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. That's amazing. I have heard of Unmetal. A couple of people have mentioned it, but I haven't looked into it yet, Boki. So I'll have to, because I don't think it's fully released yet, from what people have said and what you've just said. But we'll have to have a look. Legacy of Alag. There's so many side quests. Like, there's an insane amount of side quests that it's really hard to be like, man, there must be so many cool stories and little side quests in here to do. But, like, I just don't have the time. I don't have the time to be pursuing every single side quest as much as I want to. God damn. It's crazy. This guy's got 2 side quests. Yeah, if I do side quests, I'll never do anything else. I'll never get out of this game. Omega, here, have my documents. No maiming ring for me. But we'll just go for aiming instead. Yeah, I'm like, the main quests are great, and there's cool side quests and stuff. But you know, this game is not my full-time job. The game is not my full-time job. I have to record a bunch of games, and I can't stream every day, because if I stream every day, I won't be able to do anything else. It's just the way of the world, unfortunately. I wish that I could play this. There we go. There's a bracelet of maiming. I wish I could play this much more frequently. Mobius is already up to Stormblood. He's completed Heaven's Ward. I wish I was there. And Pablo's probably ahead of me in some capacity as well. But Mobius is announcing his leaps and bounds ahead of me. Kieran, we're doing a Realm Awoken, so we're in patch 2.1 main quest at the moment, so we're still not at Heaven's Ward. I assume it's about warding heaven, right? It's the Ward of Heaven, judging by the title. I have no idea what it could be about. Something about heavens. That's all I can really say. Like, based on that title alone, I'm like, I got nothing for you. I've got no idea what's coming up in future expansions. What we will do is before we get into Heaven's Ward, is we are going to watch we'll watch a trailer. I think what we can do is I can go to the main menu, I can switch the title to Heaven's Ward, and then it should play the movie. So we can, when we get close to that, we can watch the trailer or the opening movie for Heaven's Ward to build up that hype, which would be pretty cool. Oh, I just realized I stood right in front of I'm so awkward today. I spawned right in front of a fat chocobo's ass, and then I'm just like standing right in front of his chest, like, oh, sir, you're a taller lancer than me. I'm an awkward lancer today. God damn. It's possibly a primal. It's possibly a primal is the name of this one. That's very interesting. We still need to do the hard mode Ifrit as well. But 4 or 5 scenarios ahead is not too bad. At least Pablo is staying with me mostly. Mobius cruising on ahead. And I'm not surprised. He's also a level 80 in fishing. He's a madman. He's a madman. Tataru. Could it be the Ixal have summoned Garuda again, or maybe Imperial forces have been sighted within the Shroud? Beep. Oh, gotta speak to Minfilia. Story time with Apocalypse, that's right. Get cozy, because it's story time. There you go, level 2 hype training emote. Enjoy the dog. Thank you so much for the support, everybody. Again, makes it very nice. Makes it very nice to wake up early in the morning and do a nice stream. I appreciate it. I am Minfilia, and I knew this day would come. Another primal or an entity resembling one. That's interesting. Hey Naticus, we're not at Heaven's Ward yet. We're doing patch 2.1 quests after A Realm Reborn, so I believe what we're in now is the era of A Realm Awoken. After the base game. Main reason for that really is I had some really poor internet in the past week or so that has prevented me from streaming regularly. And then last couple of streams we've had some pretty poor internet. And the last Final Fantasy XIV stream was mainly focused on a side quest that we did with Hildebrand. And now we're back into main quests. I've been itching. I've been itching so hard to be here, playing through main quests. Like I've been every day that I do not play Final Fantasy XIV, I'm like, man, I really want to be playing Final Fantasy XIV. So, hope we can have a nice, long, and successful stream today with the main quests. That's for sure. Beep. Yeah, my Dragon Arm is so good. Try their best to send it back to sleep again. Yeah, so there's probably gonna be a lot of filler related stuff, just like padding, until we get through to Heaven's Ward, and I can get that, but we're just gonna smash through this. We'll see how the story goes. We're essentially moving house, moving the Scions. There's apparently another primal about. We'll see how we go, but yeah, really, we'll see how far we get in today's stream, depending on how it goes as well. I can also do a lot of these quests before Heaven's Ward off stream. Obviously, we'll see. And then, obviously I can do Heaven's Ward. I think I've gone the wrong way, but I'll go up here. Yes, I'm enjoying the main quests for the most part. Yep, I went the wrong way. Yeah, I'm enjoying the main quests. A lot of them throughout the base game were a bit like fetch questy, back and forth. But there was some really cool. There's some really cool and he's right in here. Yeah. Really cool and epic moments. Nuclear Snake, hello. Pleasure to have you. See you as always, Private Ocelot. Thank you for coming so swiftly. I could think of no one more qualified to, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Give me that ring of maiming. Bracelet of maiming, I should say. I love that it wants me to put on the brand new ring. But I can't, because I'm level 53. So sometimes this game is silly with what it decides that it wants to be able to give you. I do need to get rid of this left ring though, something else. I need a better ring. Oh, this one. Jesus, what am I talking about? Okay, that was weird. It wouldn't equip for ages. Cool. Alright, all blue. And I don't need anything in my offhand. There we go. Looking good. Looking good. Yeah, and there's like extreme trials. Hard trials to get to. You know what else that I haven't been able to get into is the Gold Saucer and Triple Triad. Like this game is absolutely massive. This game is massive. Which is great. Like the amount of like content in this game is so worth. It's so worth the like buying the game and subbing to it. Like it's wild. And the fact that all of the base game and stuff up to Heaven's Ward is available for free in a free trial is mind-blowing. Like, that's so good. And it just makes me wish that Final Fantasy XI had the same thing. But it doesn't. You can just press the refresh button on the... Oh. You can? Top right of the... Oh, update gear set. I see. There it is. Cool. Thank you. Can I have a promotion yet? Yeah. Give me a promotion. Serpent Corporal. Thanks. Can I buy anything cool yet? I don't think so. That's okay. We'll keep ranking up. Oh man, the alien video. Woo! Yeah, it was wild. So much fun though. Yeah. Almost at the end. In terms of the videos on the channel, almost at the ending of the main game. It's been a while. It's been a great experience with Alien. Loved it. And then I just gotta... I haven't played it yet, but I gotta play the DLC as well. Proceed to the Lotus Stand. I am at 55% of the Patreon goal, which is nice. Very nice. Like, very heartwarming stuff. Just have to see how that all goes. Yeah, that makes sense, Loof. Definitely give Alien Isolation a go, and then enjoy my playthrough. Truly, Gridania could not wish for a more stalwart ally. My name is Kana Senna. I think the next episodes on the channel are the final ending. Yeah, the final episodes of Mass Effect 2. The final episodes of Mass Effect 2 are the next videos to drop on the channel tonight. The Arrival DLC and a bonus episode involving Legion and the Migrant Fleet. Shepard, you have become an annoyance. That's when you know you've got a reputation as a badass, when you have annoyed one of the oldest beings in the universe. Prepare for the arrival. Because he has not remained in the heavens. Heavens what? Plays Alien vs Predator 2 in the future? That's the Alien vs Predator game. It's just called Aliens vs Predator, isn't it? I own that game, I think. Oh no, I think I sold it. Don't you mean Aliens Colonial Marines? Apparently, the Aliens Fireteam Elite game that's out at the moment is pretty good. Apparently, Aliens Fireteam Elite is out, and it's like okay. Maximilian Dude, who has really good opinions on things and generally will agree with everything that he says. Even when it's about games that I don't even know about, I'm like, yes, this guy knows what he's talking about. Seems to really be enjoying Fireteam Elite. The multiplayer Aliens game, even though I'd really love there to be a continuation of Alien Isolation or like first-person horror Alien, but that's cool. I can't really afford to drop money on Fireteam Elite, or I don't even have the time to play it. So I will hold off on that one. Oh, there's an Aliens vs Predator 1 and 2 game. Let me have a look. Alien vs Predator game. Because I only thought there was that one in 2010. Oh, these are like older, right? So these are like 1999 and 2001. Oh wow, okay. Ooh, that's okay. That's interesting. So this was like Alien vs Predator before like the movies came out. See, I thought Alien vs Predator started with the movies. Because I've only seen AVP movies, which is cool. In my bedroom when I was a teenager, I used to have on one of my bedroom walls these like huge like vinyl posters of Alien and Predator for Alien vs Predator. A family friend was able to secure like those big posters that they have hanging up in like movie theaters when they're like advertising the movies, and he managed to get 2 of the AVP ones, so I had those hanging on my wall. I don't have them anymore. I think they might be with my mum back home. If not, I think they are lost to time, which is a shame, because I would love to have them again. I would love to have those again. It'd be so cool. Isn't this in the area that we're in right now? Hopefully I can scrounge them up. Hopefully I can scrounge them up somewhere if they still exist, but I'm not sure. Classic FPS games, yeah, that's cool. Especially like seems like the FPS games of like the late 90s, early 2000s. I can already tell what kind of like aesthetic that's gonna be, which is really cool. Apparently Alien Trilogy on PS1 is also really good. I might look into playing that at some point. But yeah, apparently that's cool. I think there's another one on PS1 as well. Good King Mogglmog the 12th, by the way, so it's such a great name. I am the Good King Mogglmog the 12th. The Muggles are not by their nature a warlike race. So we have to defeat a Moogle king. I can do that. All hail to the king, Kupo. Why does it sound like, that sounds like, that sounds like Duke Nukem. When he goes, hail to the king, baby. Hail to the king, Kupo. You have selected Regicide is the name of the next main scenario quest, by the way. What the hell? So you have chosen Regicide. Kill the king. Let me just double check. Have I fucked with my sound at all? Oh no, I think the sound's fine. Alright, speak with Kuplo Cup. Alright, I'm going to travel to the Lancers Guild. Travel to the Lancers Guild. Classic AVP is the closest thing. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I might hide some of these. I'm gonna hide this for now. Because I picked up some random side quests. I'm just gonna hide them from my thing, and I'll do them later. The Way of the Samurai, if it bleeds, we will keep. Because I want to do the Way of the Samurai quest as well. And then Regicide is obviously going to stay at the top. Hey Kay, thank you so much for tuning in. We live, baby. And stream is holding steady, so crossing my fingers that it stays that way. It's raining in the game right now, and it's raining in real life, and my clothes that were out on my washing line overnight are soaked. Because it was very nice and sunny yesterday, and I was like, cool, I'll put my washing on. Started recording video games, and then hours later, at nighttime, I went, oh, my clothes that I washed. And then I put them out on the line, not knowing that today, the weather forecast says that it's just going to be raining all day. It's just going to be raining all day. So I'm like, okay, cool. Just washing my clothes for a second time in nature's winds. Alright, we're taking the ferry, right? Speak with Kupo Cop at Sweet Bloom Pier. Ah, no. I have to go to... Okay. Shambles. Exactly. Well, this is my first MMO. But I'm also a really massive Final Fantasy fan. I think if I wasn't a Final Fantasy fan and I was looking to get into an MMO, I would probably still maybe go for this one. Like I've never really been attracted to or interested in playing World of Warcraft really. But yeah, like I'm only playing this because I love Final Fantasy so much. And then I've come to really enjoy sort of like what this game has to offer as an MMO as a result. So it really would be up to whether or not you think you could enjoy... the Iron Giant! Whether you could enjoy the game based on like what it is as a game alone. Yeah, it's the progression is quite MMO-ish from what people have said, but there's a lot of story, which is nice, like a story-based MMO. A lot of cutscenes and some good story stuff happening. It's great. Moogles with their axes and their helmets. The king will never be satisfied. Allow me to interrupt. Enough. Kuplo Cop will answer for his crimes soon enough. Exactly, it's just like a co-op Final Fantasy game. Pablo, let me know when we're up to... Let me know when we're synced up with our scenarios, by the way. And then we'll run through them together. Thank you for the reminder there, Naticus. I'm like... The entrance to Thornmarch is deep within the Bramble Patch. If you take me there, I can nullify the ward, but be warned, the Moggles Guard set traps to lure enchanted beasts. Oh, we need to protect him. No! Escort mission. What's the, it's Beacon, right? Beacon is the thing? Okay. Come on, bud. Hopefully I don't have to beckon him and he just follows me. Like, please don't be a standard. Malevolent fungus? No! Not a malevolent fungus! Oh, he goes straight for the Moogle. Jesus. Alright, he does just follow me. Good. He's not like a standard fetch escort quest. Oh, I need to kill you for stuff. For my hunting log. Something that I've really been sad about in the amount of times that I haven't been able to play over time is I'm really been missing out on like being able to do all my challenge logs and like leveling up. Like I haven't even been able to play the game off stream and like just level up, which has been a shame. But it's okay. I'm pretty sure like just playing through main quests on stream should be able to get me like the levels I need for the most part. And then hopefully I can do some off stream leveling soon as well. It's gone pretty good. So we're now on Sunday, so it's a rainy Sunday, but it's okay. It's been a busy weekend. Getting a lot of work done for the channel. Ooh, we're getting pincer attacked. But it's been okay. We're still in lockdown, and lockdown is only looking to get extended further because we're still getting cases, and I'm supposed to be moving cities, and that's not happening while I'm in lockdown, unfortunately, because everything's kind of all over the place. So that's a little bit of a stress. I'm kind of like in limbo where I have like half of my stuff in boxes right now, and have had half of my stuff in boxes for a while. How is your weekend going? Hopefully much less chaotic. Nice, hunting log complete for the bat. Where am I even going at this point? Alright, we're almost there. I need to go this way. There we go. Malevolent seedling. Ew. Wake up this morning while you were switching your mouth when she sneezed. Oh man. Can't even imagine that. I hope you feel better soon, because that's not the best way to wake up. But do you know what today is, Dex? Do you know what today is, Dex? It's Bioshock. It's Bioshock Day. Exactly. That's what I was just gonna say. It's Bioshock Day. Which is good for me. Because then I get to watch that. My favorite part, my favorite part of the whole thing with Bioshock is me and Michael talking about Bioshock and how much we love it was finally enough to convince you to play it, which was great. And not only that, record a playthrough, and then that has inspired me to play the game. To replay it. So it's just been a Bioshock hype train. If we inspired you, and then I was like, fuck, now I want to play it, because I haven't played the game. I've only played Bioshock games once over each, years ago when I was but a young teen. And I've had the remastered trilogy on my Xbox for ages, so it's about time I finally play through them. And actually, like, find all of the voxophones. Find all of the voxophones and take everything in and play through it with a new perspective, which would be cool. If we ramble passionately enough, Naticus, and then eventually we can convince people. I've heard of the name System Shock, but I've never played or looked at that at all. So I don't know what System Shock is. Ooh, okay. I'm seeing some good chats about System Shock. Without spoilers, what's it like? Yeah, Dex will eventually get me to watch. Dex will eventually get me onto reacting to The Wire. When I eventually get into doing my reaction to movies and shows. Let us proceed. Oh, Bioshock was made by System Shock 2 devs. Ooh. Cool. Oh my god. Look at them go. They're trying their best. This is one of the most loved trials. Alright. I'm excited. Oh, look at all the little jobs that they have with their little orbs. Who in the seven hells are they? Meddling adventures, I'd wager. I wish that this was voice acted with the Moogle voices. Moggle's god to arms, defend the king, Kupo. This is great. Whee! Whisker Wall. Cupty Coop. Ooh, bonus of, okay. I need to remember how to play this goddamn game, dude. I was like paralyzed that whole time, I couldn't even attack. This is Halloween? Oh my god. This is Halloween is one of the best themes. The enemy's almost dead by the time I run over there. The person who's marking all of these enemies are the real MVP, I guess. The music is so fast. There's so many dead Moogles. Oh no, they're not dead. Good. I was like, being so, like, I was like, there's so many Moogle corpses, it's so dark. Alright, thank you. Good King Moggle Mog the 12th. You shall suffer your transgressions against my subjects. Oh, we have to take... Oh my god. So chaotic. We lost both our healers, dude. Both of our healers died. It's alright, we've got this. We don't. Who needs healers? Who needs healers? I'm stunned, I can't move. Now I'm dead. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh man, we have to do the whole thing again. We have to do the whole thing again. Alright. Oh my god. I did try to avoid it. This music makes all of it worth it. Imminent sadness ahead. I can't go on. Yeah, so you definitely just have to focus on taking out all of these when they get back up again. Here we go. Boop, boop. So good. Yeah, this is so chaotic. Jesus Christ. Just trying not to die. We're doing better than last time. We got our healers still alive. Do they just keep getting back up? Or what? Oh, great. What the fuck was that? Moggle go round. Jesus. Moggle go round. My god. Get me up. I'm alive! Oh, he's gonna do the thing again. Ah! No, not... What? I just got thrown for a loop. He just wiped the whole team. Except for the healer and a tank. What was that? Thrown for a loop is... Go, Battles Lightbringer. Bring peace to the realm. Was that just really unfortunate timing for, like, the Thrown for a Loop ability to be cast on us at the same time that that big AoE attack was going to happen? Because that was so unfortunate. We're literally all running out. Basically, what's happening is Moogles, and their abilities are so quick I don't even have a time to escape their AoE. This is definitely chaotic. Hey Neo, how you doing? Welcome to the chaos. It's like you have to lure all the smaller Moogles to the edges, so when that AoE attack happens, we're already on the edge, I guess. Maybe. I'm trying to figure out which one they're targeting. I'm just like, okay. Like, fuck me. Move! What is my character doing? I'm just not getting anywhere near the king. Yes, none of us are near the ability except for Lightbringer. You need to lure the small ones away from the king. Otherwise the king does his stupid ability. Alright, we're up to Moggle. We're up to Mog. Let's go. Jesus, he's got some abilities on him, doesn't he? Alright, cool. We did it! Yeah, a bit too chaotic for me to focus on the numbers. Bit too chaotic for me to focus on the numbers, but I tried. But that was amazing. Hey Kasumi, and glad you're looking forward to the next Dark Souls video. Poutine. Healer, baby. Thank you. That's all I can do. Monstrous Mog Sword for a Dark Knight. I'll just greet it anyway, because why not? Lancelot got it. Lancelot was waiting for it. Yeah, I was gonna order some breakfast. Thinking about food, actually. You did it, Kupo. Good King Mogomog the 12th. May his mighty soul rest in peace. Is no more. That was great. As long as there's no pineapple in it. What, in my breakfast? Yeah, I got some pineapple in my breakfast. That was great. That was a fun dungeon. Nice. That but on extreme is fun. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no. I'll have to look into System Shock then, at some point. Add that to the long and arduous list of games that I will be playing. Dex's Bioshock adventure has been, in summary of how he says it, shambles. It has been shambles. very entertaining to watch, for us, at least. Probably just not very nice for Dex. But he's getting through it. He's getting through it. I've got 162, so I can't really buy any of this stuff yet. That's okay. I did buy some gear from Rowena, Rowena's representative here, because I have them equipped. I bought the Augmented Ironworks Cuirass of Maiming, and then I put the Worm Mail as the glamour on top of it. So I did buy a piece of armor, which was nice. Going to the Conjurers Guild, are we not? Conjurers Guild. I'm trying to order breakfast and it keeps saying that it'll be back soon. So I need to wait. I need to be patient before I can order the breakfast that I want. Crying real tears right now. Cries in Macca's breakfast. I'm not sure when I should even upload my Bioshock playthrough because I don't want to overwhelm the channel with so many different games. The more the merrier, right? The more the merrier? Yeah. Does that work in this case? The king really is a primal. What do you think of the new Spider-Man trailer? Hello, Peter. I'm very excited. I'm glad that it's not getting delayed either. They're committing to December. That's going to be so good to see in the theater. It's going to be so good to see. It's going to be so good. I love, like, Spider-Man is my favorite. I love Spider-Man. I've always loved Spider-Man. when I was a kid growing up, it was Batman and Spider-Man were my two main ones. Batman and Spider-Man were my two main ones. So anything that happens with Spider-Man is great. There are things that I want for Spider-Man, especially in the MCU, and I can really sort of be like in a state of mind where I do just love friendly neighborhood, small scale Spider-Man in Queens, you know, doing his stuff. Fighting his own villains, his villains being tied to him. That's why Homecoming is so perfect. Homecoming is a perfect Spider-Man movie. It's so small scale. Iron Man's barely in it. Just forget about Iron Man. It's so small scale. We've got Spider-Man doing stuff. He's got his own villain with Vulture. That while the motivation for Vulture as a villain is tied to Tony Stark, which does make sense in the MCU, he becomes a Spider-Man villain. He becomes a Spider-Man villain by what Peter does. And I love that movie so much. There's so many just nice, beautiful Spider-Man, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man moments in that movie that make it an absolute joy to watch. I miss when Spider-Man movies were in July, right? Because that movie came out in July around my birthday. I miss when Spider-Man was in July. Far From Home was amazing because it had Mysterio, and Mysterio is one of my favorite Spider-Man villains. So Far From Home is incredible. And No Way Home just looks like it's going to be absolutely insane. Cloden, thank you so much for joining into the stream. Glad you're here. Oh my god, I love the joke that they did when he's just trying to run across an oval because he has nothing to web onto. Like that's perfect. It's so perfect. And it deals with high school Peter and his identity crisis so well. How he's split between how he is at school and how he is as Spider-Man, you know? Dragoon's going to be the main class, but Samurai is just one that I'm going to pick up because you pick it up and you can start it at level 50, which is cool. I think there's another, Mobius told me that there's another class that's unlocked as well next to Samurai that I can pick up, but I haven't found it. I just found the Samurai one by chance when I was roaming around Udal. But we're gonna main Samurai. We're gonna main Dragoon, and then I'm eventually gonna be looking into being a gunbreaker. Spidey just webs things off the sky. Yeah, but that's perfect. You can always just chalk it up to Spider-Man fucking... He's like, oh, there's a helicopter up there that you can't see. And I'm on the helicopter. And then I accidentally pulled that helicopter out of the sky when I swung from it. Into the Spider-Verse was perfect. I can't wait for the next one. Obviously, that one is, you know... That one's pure Sony, but... well deserved. They won the Oscar for their best animation, right? They finally took it away from Disney and Pixar. And well deserved. Into the Spider-Verse was absolutely amazing. I love this. I love that movie. So I can't wait for the sequel because it's going to have Spider-Man 2099 with Oscar Isaac voicing. Oscar Isaac is doing so well right now. He's going to be voicing Spider-Man 2099. He's going to be Moon Knight. He's Solid Snake. He was Poe Dameron. Dude's got some good roles going on. He's in Dune. Good stuff. I think it's likely. It's more than likely that we would see Andrew and Toby in No Way Home. But what's interesting is a couple of people are theorizing, what if these villains from Toby and Andrew's eras end up getting pulled into this universe, but they're from like universes where they succeeded in killing their Spider-Men, right? Someone had that thought that they could be like variants who actually succeeded in their plan, and that's why they're still like evil, because like we know Doc Ock from Spider-Man 2 from Toby's era was turn back to being good before he died. So either they get pulled from a multiverse if they're still evil, or it's just like a different universe. I don't know. I can't wait for them to explain it, and I hope it's going to be good. But I'm very excited. I also really liked that in Homecoming we had the Shocker. They did the Shocker reference in Homecoming. I would love to see the Shocker in a proper outfit. They also, hinted at the Prowler and Miles Morales with Donald Glover being like the uncle, the Prowler. It's too early for Miles Morales in the MCU because he's like in this point in time in like Homecoming, it states that he's like a little kid, like nephew. Miles Morales is too young, I think, at this point. Which reminds me, I still need to play. What the hell's going on here? Why is Minfilia on the floor? I still need to play Spider-Man Miles Morales on PlayStation. I haven't played that yet. I loved Spider-Man PS4 so much. So I'm actually feeling like I'll get the Ultimate Edition of Miles Morales when I finally get it, so I can play the remastered Spider-Man with the weird new face, and then play Miles Morales. I just love that they added the Raimi suit to Spider-Man PS4. I was like swinging around with that for ages, and it was so good. Minfilia's on the floor for me. No. Does she get? She trips and falls, and then she accidentally dies, and then she no longer has to give any more speeches. Speaking of Urianger, tell him it is done. Dex can't wait to play it on his PS5 that I'll be doing a giveaway for. God damn it, Dex. Still can't get over this guy's name. Slav Swiss. I don't mind a short game as long as the quality is there. Like, if the quality is there for a short game, that's fine by me, and it doesn't risk going on for too long, you know? It doesn't risk being dragged out. No worries, Kojak. Have a good sleep. Thank you so much for tuning in for the past hour and a bit. It's been really nice. You know who should be the leader? Papa Limo. Look at that stance. Look at this guy. Papa Limo is the true leader. That's what peak performance looks like. He's just built different. But yeah, the story of Spider-Man PS4 is one of the best Spider-Man stories that's ever been told, and Insomniac are so good for doing it. Like, I loved what they did there. The relationship between Peter and Octavius. Very excited to see where they go with that. Oh, there we go. She's on the floor. Very excited to see what they do with a sequel with Spider-Man. Alien Isolation does suffer slightly from being a little bit dragged out, but we're coming close to the end of it. Alien Isolation is much longer than I thought, and not in a bad way. It's still great, but you do get to a point in the game where you get very confident, and you can figure out how the stealth mechanics work. You can figure out how that all works, you know? So it does lose its effect towards the end, but I think they try to counter that by just making it absolutely chaotic. And the final episode of the story is absolutely chaotic, that's for sure. An Asian here. Papa Limo would get shit done, right? Papalimo would get shit done. That's the thing. That man knows what's up. You speak of La Habrea. Oh my god, I can finally order my breakfast. We out here, baby, getting breakfast. What are you? Have I entered at the... sorry, is this the wrong... Is this a bad time? Ooh. He's not there for her. Wild. That's interesting. It's only for her to see. And, Tataru has just given away the location of the new place. So this Ashian will now know where they're going to Revenant's Toll. It's a shame. Shadowless, fleshless, formless. I would like to be in Japan, but yeah, I'm in Australia. Being in Japan sounds great. You know nothing about me. Nothing. For I am Minfilia, leader of the Seventh Scions. La Habrea did not think so highly of the Echo. La Habrea was wrong about a great many things. I do not have a traditional Australian accent. That's because my mother spent most of her life living in the United Kingdom, as did my father. My father was also born in Northern Ireland. My mum, she got darkness slashed. That's such a shame. She was such a good character. Northern Ireland is where my father was from. And then my mother's Australian, but spent most of her life in the UK. So that's definitely going to be what influences my accent. So it's like a weird blend. I'm glad I don't have a traditional Australian accent, because they're it's not really my cup of tea. I like an English accent. I really like an English accent. I heard a cry. What happened? You alright? I got stabbed with darkness. I got stabbed with darkness. Yes, I think that is what I would say, Loof. If I could live comfortably. If I could live comfortably. So if I could like move there and still do this, then yes, that would be nice. But I am in no position whatsoever to uproot and move to another country. It's already stressful enough thinking about moving to another city in the same country that I'm in. So you can play as one of the little guys. You can play as they're called Lalafell. You can play Lalafell. Charlie Critical, who was playing, he played Final Fantasy XIV for a bit. He made a Lalafell that looks like him, which was very funny. Hey Tim, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Alright, breakfast. is being prepared. Goodbye, Minfilia. Search for the white-robed Ascian. Where are we going? Oh, it's just outside? Okay. It's just outside? I mean, before I do anything about moving to another city, I should probably travel first. I've never traveled. So, probably like to sort that out. That would be nice. Why is there a fight? Ah, there you are. Fight music? I guess Pablo's in a fight. I am told you are the warrior of light. I shall walk north, and you may choose to follow. You will be waylaid if you do. You may even perish. Okay, buddy. A white-robed Ascian. Follow him north. Oh no, brutish imps. Oh no. So we're just going to keep following up the path, up the mountainside, and doing battles. Bloated bogies, no. We're being judged. Gruesome gargoyle. Jeez. British imp. A British imp. White-robed Ascian, there you are. Ascian, oh. Okay. Probably not a good idea to piss off the toads. The toads have been pissed off. My first name. There are some who call me Tim. No, I'm kidding. My name is Chris. My name is Chris. And he disappears. Big Toad. How many more times must we return to Minfilia and the Waking Sands? I can't wait to move house, so I don't have to travel to Vesper Bay anymore. I can't wait to move house. Actually, I should probably open this. Never opened this weapon crate. Forgot about it. Giant skull. Let me just get. Have a look. And it sucks. Surprise, surprise. Minfilia? Because I have to keep walking through. I have to walk through here, walk in this door, walk down the corridor to walk into another door. Like, I hope the new place doesn't have so many doors. But it probably will. He was waiting for you. A final favor. Narrator, it was not a final favor. Give Warburton's general to Urianger. I have no thoughts on New World because I have not looked at it at all. I have no idea. No clue. The father's final bequest. Seventh Heaven. Oh, it's called Seventh Heaven. Amazing. In Revenant's Toll. The new Aetheryte. Revenant's Toll. Nice. Urianger has a bonus thing. Ah. The Royal Return. Is this the... So this would be like the extreme difficulty? I'll pick up the quest. The Legend of Good King Moggle Mog. 12th. They have once more succeeded in placing their manic potentate among his thorny throne. No. I'm assuming that's the extreme difficulty version. You're here. Nauticus, oh my god. Final Fantasy VII Remake on PS5 is gorgeous. And the intermission DLC is so beautiful as well. It was great. The odd fellow over there, he's been eyeing us most suspiciously ever since we arrived. Well, yeah, Tartaru, you literally announced that we're going to Revenant's Toll in front of the white-robed Dacian. And that dude doesn't look, that dude doesn't look so friendly. Yeah, they made me, like, Intermission made me appreciate and love Yuffie as a character when before I didn't really care about her at all. It was really, really good story, really good DLC. Yeah, like the team, like teamwork stuff with Yuffie and person's name that I forgot. Oh, I forgot his name. A crystal tower. Okay, that's interesting. The depths of the crystal tower. Ah, giant tank. Outlandish man. When I'm thinking of the Crystal Tower, it's also making me think about the... Oh, we've got to speak to this guy before, and we didn't. The Palace of the Dead, we still haven't done that yet. Oh yeah, Sonnen. That was his name, yeah. Sonnen. Speak with Minfilia and the Rising Stone. So that is... here. Cool. Okay, we're in... the Rising Stones. The Rising Stones entrance. So there's Minfilia's mum. She got hired to become a bartender. Ida's doing squats. Shtola's reading. And we still have to go through multiple doors. Some things never change. I know that we have to go through doors because it's an instant so we can have a cutscene or events take place and stuff. Oh look, you really decided to go for a new look. You really went for the let's put the desk in the middle and the staff on the back wall, and it's exactly the same. I see you've redecorated ever so slightly. Why can't cat girls exist in real life? Chat. Why can't cat girls exist in real life? Or Vieira. Both are good. Today we declare our independence. I am Minfilia, and I've got another speech for you. Alpha Nod went, nope, no speech for you, I'm talking instead. I'm gonna take a bet and assume that there's no voice acting during these patches because they were working on Heaven's Ward probably, and these are just filling the time, so there's no voice acting. Would I be correct? Just teleport me into the world of Final Fantasy, right? Just teleport me into the world of Final Fantasy. See you later, everybody. That is a question. That is a question for you guys, by the way. I think about this one pretty often, actually, which would be very interesting. Is if there was one video game world that you would live in, which one would it be? And this isn't like you're the main character of that world and you're the chosen hero or whatever. You could be literally anyone in that world that you would choose to, but like just like which world appeals to you the most. I guess this could be a movie or a game, but we'll do game first. Video game first. Which video game world would you live in? Because it is a tough choice, because there's some that you're like, damn, that world is so cool, I really want to live in there. But then you think about the logistics of that and you go, wow, that place kind of sucks when you think about it. Like, as much as I would love to say, I want to live in Final Fantasy VII's world and live in Midgar. And I'm like, but Midgar sucks. Midgar is depressing and it's all slums and crap and everyone's suffering. And the only reason that I'm like, yeah, but it looks so cool. So it really is like a logistical thing of like, you know, where would I live? What would I enjoy? It's hard to choose where would you live because you love the place, or would it even be enjoyable to live there, you know? Cyrodiil. So Elder Scrolls, Cyrodiil, not bad choices. Post-Sin Final Fantasy X would be great. Yuna, Riku, and Pain running around being sphere hunters. Post-Sin in 10-2. Yeah, Mass Effect's universe. Reapers have entered the chat. Reapers have entered the chat. It's hard to choose a video game world to live in because all video games have some, like most video games have some semblance of conflict. But you can always live in the world after those events in the peace times or away from it all. Darkness. Living in the world of Metal Gear would be so strange because it would be like living in reality, but just the events of Metal Gear take place. So it's probably would be one of the most realistic ones, just with the events of Metal Gear happening. I earned the achievement, A Realm Awoken. A new assignment. Minfilia, I thought this was one last favor. See? I told you. I knew it. Yeah, I'd live in Raccoon City. I hear good things about Raccoon City. It feels really nice. The people are great. There's like this really big pharmaceutical company, so they've got good healthcare. Dex, Destiny Island would be so boring. Destiny Island's beautiful, but it'd be so boring. Will we ever go back to Destiny Island and see Sora's parents, who he left behind and never looked back on? But yeah, legitimately, I would probably live in the world of Final Fantasy VII and travel the world to all these different places. But I would love to like spend time in Midgar. But I would probably live in a different location. Maybe I'd live in Calm, which is next door to Midgar. But Final Fantasy VII's nice, got really great worlds. If it was a movie, and this is why I didn't choose it for the game, because it's like the same genre or aesthetic, but if it was a movie, I am actually tempted, even though it is kind of like slum-like and trashy, but I would love to live in the world of Blade Runner, I think. I'd love to live in the world of Blade Runner. If I could live comfortably. As comfortably as you can, but like... Blade Runner, man. Cyberpunk aesthetic. I'd love it. That's why, like, Loki, I almost said that I would, like, live in the cyberpunk world, just, like, chilling out, just being a resident of Night City. Give me my cybernetic eyeballs. And a cybernetic spine to deal with my back problems. Oh, Fifth Element. Yeah, Fifth Element's pretty sweet. Fifth Element would be weird with Gary Oldman running around. Rocket Town. Yeah. We have to go back to Horizon. No. What's Shadowrun? I don't know what that is. Fulupa. The world of Beyond Good and Evil. That's an interesting choice. I love that game. I played it in I played Beyond Good and Evil for the first time in 2018. That was like I had like this really nice period where I just like was playing a few single player games after getting burnt out from Destiny, and yeah, Beyond Good and Evil was a really fun game to play. Is Beyond Good and Evil 2 gonna come out? Is Beyond Good and Evil 2 gonna come out? Who knows? Development hell. Too ambitious and development hell, unfortunately, is what I think is gonna happen with that one, unfortunately. You almost don't want Beyond Good and Evil 2. I'll be fine with it. I'll be fine with Beyond Good and Evil 2, like, at least releasing. At least releasing. And, like, if it's, like, I wanna see if it's good. I hope it's good. I really hope it's good. Oh, the World of Fable, Pablo. Great choice. The World of Fable. Oh, living in Bowerstone. Fable 1 and 2. I don't remember Fable 3 that much. I need to replay it. But I would live in both, either the world of Fable 1 or 2. Bower Lake. Bower Lake in Fable 2. So beautiful. That's a great choice, Pablo. I love Fable. Live in Oakvale when it got rebuilt, not before. Not before it gets raided and burnt to the ground, huh? Oh, I want to play Fable so bad. I am so excited for the remake, reboot, whatever. I'm so excited for the next Fable. I should get it. Oh! Voice acting. All of a sudden. All of a sudden.
'Tis I. The situation may be more complicated than we anticipated.
'Tis I. 'Tis I. Voice acting.
Indeed, I shall remain watchful.
Indeed.
Ere thou goest, another matter requireth thine attention. A young maiden, full eager to...
Ere thou goest. I feel so sorry for these voice actors.
Or inquirest thou of her fairness? Oh, very well. Be she damsel or devil, I shall direct her steps to Revenant's Tone.
I feel so sorry for these voice actors.
Insinuations for one given to such impropriety. Thou shalt not find me amenable.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Gibberish. Thou shalt not salt the sea water with thine eyes. Must thy look out to the sea and scream, Here giveth mine heart? O purple maiden from the sea land.
Have we traveled? We seek audience with the ruler of these lands. Who here speaks for you?
Who's this? Interesting. The ruler of these lands. Take me to your leader. Mentality. You live in Elder Scrolls to be a lich. Why would you want to be a lich? Who would willingly want to be a lich? I don't even think a lich would willingly want to be a lich. What are you doing? What an interesting choice. Yeah, you don't want to live in Rapture. Rapture was good for a few years though, Jax. You could live in Rapture for a few years and go, you know what, this is good. I'm gonna move away now though. I'm gonna move away now. Before New Year's of 1959. I'm gonna go away. And like that's why like I always think about these situations where there's such beautiful locations, or like beautiful worlds that like beautiful in a sense of the word that I'm just like I'd love to be in the world of Fallout, even though that's probably a dumb thing because the world is literally a nightmare. But like it would be cool though, you know. It would also be kind of cool. But also, should I live in the world of Final Fantasy XII because Vieras exist in Final Fantasy XII? Yes. Can I be a sky pirate? Yes. Can I have a Viera girlfriend? Yes. Will things go wrong? No. It'll be a perfect life. I'd be the leading man in Final Fantasy XII. Futurama world would be hilarious. Living in Futurama world would be so silly. Yeah, but I like Ivalice. So they can have Viera and Sky Pirates in 14. But Ivalice is just very nice. Like Rabanasta. It's a great place. There's some good locations in 12. Living in a Ghibli film would be a dream. And then by extension, I guess Ni no Kuni as well would apply to that. Ni no Kuni is pretty nice. I haven't watched Twin Peaks yet, Dex, so I'm not sure. Not sure what that would be like. But what I am sure of is my breakfast is arriving. So I'm gonna take a quick little break. Just run to this quest. Gonna take a quick little break to eat my breakfast, and then I will be back. No one said Middle Earth. Yeah, crazy. And no one said Harry Potter. Those are some good choices, and like they didn't even come to mind, to be honest. Hogwarts would be pretty nice. The Wizarding World would be pretty sweet. That'd be very fun, actually. But the problem with that is then it's just like, does that mean I have to go to school as well? I don't want to go to school, Dex. I just want to do magic. But Middle Earth would be nice, but also Middle Earth is kind of always in trouble, and wherever you go, you can't really live somewhere and avoid it. Even the Shire almost got eviscerated if Frodo didn't go and do the One Ring quest. But it would be pretty sweet. All right, I will be back. I'm gonna have some breakfast, so bear with me, and then we will continue with the main quest. We're back. Breakfast devoured. Destination secured. Let's stand watch while someone is fighting. An unknown Ravager. I must also fight an unknown Ravager. Or two. Got him. Some more? Okay. I'm just fighting unknown Ravagers now. Cool. Thieves defeated. Ishtola's got a new outfit. She's like a mining girl now. Sea wolves. Look at what my kid. You see what my character is doing? He's just going. Looking at them both. It's like, oh, guys, I'm right here. What's going on? Ah, back to Horizon. Ready for my RPG nod? Yep, there it is. My character's speaking. Who needs voice lines when you have a nod? A nod is a universal sign of, yep. Everything that needed to be said can be said with this nod. I won't hear otherwise. Boop. I'm not too far away, actually. Right in front of you. The traitor within our ranks. Are you gonna name him? Interesting. Seventh Scions can't catch a break, can they? Seventh Scions can't catch a goddamn break. What a chaotic group. Ah, he literally points. He literally was like just made a joke about our stoic nods. Thancred knows, everyone. He knows. You're just giving me another one of your stoic nods. Incredible. Get some nice colored dyes as a reward for this one. Okay, speak with Alphanod. I gotta go to the Limsa, okay. No way I can travel there. So we fly! We must fly. How did we play this game without flying? We played all of our Realm Reborn without flying. And we were just fine with it. No complaints. And then you fly and you're just like, oh man. Very nice. Whee! See you in Uldal. Look, I can finally accept Pablo's offer to go to Uldal. I believe the Chamber of Rule. When you get the Lord Vessel in DS1, hell yeah. Or you could do what Apocalypse does, and he defeats Ornstein and Smo, and then goes, "Cool, I'm gonna run back to the bonfire," instead of just going up the elevator and getting the Lord Vessel where there was a bonfire upstairs. How to know if it's a blind playthrough or not? Purely based on my stupid ass decisions. Oh, I've just defeated this. That was before I understood that after a boss is a bonfire, and that was before I knew that. So I was like, oh, who knows what could be lying ahead of me. So logically in my brain, it makes sense to do that at the time. Play Daggerfall. Yeah, I'm keen to play. There's like a remake. What is that tail? Ooh. Is this like a reptile lady? Because I guess that's not part of the hood. Those must be like actual ears, similar to cat ears. Ooh. Because that's like a scaly tail. It's a lizard person. It's a lizard person. In the quicksand. Let us go to the quicksand. Yeah, basically an Argonian. The dark sign. I mean, if you mean like I don't know if any of these is going to take me where I need to be. I think I just need to go down. Oh no. I will always follow. I will always follow Pablo in Uldar. Pablo knows exactly where to go in Uldar. I have no idea. I don't know if I've noticed it being more visual. Have I seen those tails before? You probably have to remind me. Oh, it's playing the prelude music. Is it a bard? Oh, it is. No? Is there a bard going on right now? There's a stage play happening, which is great. These boots are Argonian leather. I don't know if I've noticed the dark sign being like more visual in any case. I know that there's like it being like there's like an item in my inventory that's like cursing me. So in that way I've noticed some stuff, which is very interesting, by the way. Oh, it's an event.
We have traveled some several thousand miles across the sea from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
Aye. Lying within Othard, Doma was under the dominion of the Gallian Empire, as I'm sure you are aware. When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms. Only to be crushed. and so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning, and guided them hither to your shores.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under Imperial rule, did you not?
Have they changed voice actors already
Doma is gone,
at this point?
razed to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
Because Alphanord sounds similar. Sorry, sounds different. Doesn't sound like Sam Riegel anymore.
12 have mercy. And your people.
Oh, maybe. Have they changed voice actors at this point?
Esper Bay.
Or is that from Heaven's Ward onwards?
Many were complicit in
He
the
sounds a
rebellion,
little bit
or
different.
akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so.
Where do we get the
I sought
quest,
an audience
Mobius?
with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
The lords of Ul'dah are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
So is this the new Alphanord then?
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care.
Okay, they haven't changed yet. Sam Riegel's just doing it a little bit
Still
differently.
Tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Be that as it may, Ul'dah is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here.
Okay, I'll check the stage.
Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed. But I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
I am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Ul'dah unnecessary disquiet.
Interesting.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
I thank you for your understanding.
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
Nod. Nod's in agreement. I wonder if our character will ever shake his head and be like, no. No. Yugiri. Hello. Spare any provisions? Spare coin? Spare coin for Yugiri? Okay, so if I go out stage, out by the stage, there's a quest out here. There's an event going on. Is it this person with Pablo? Is it this one? What's this symbol for? This quest is available for a limited time only. Okay, so this is a limited time one. A red moon parasol. And a fragrant bundle of pot puri. Used to acquire red moon parasol. Okay. I'm assuming this is the quest. sure. Seasonal event. I think I went. Oh no. Yeah. Oh, hang on. There's two. Oops. Oh, there's. I got confused by the two different quest markers. Yeah, dialogue choices have popped up before. They popped up before. Alright, where are you? He's speaking. Let us do it. I'll chase down the lead at the Alchemist Guild. Anything for a cat girl. Speak with the Severian at the Alchemist Guild. Okay. If that's the case, I will travel. There's an Aetherite. Is there one here? Yes, no. There's so many blue things, but none of them are crystals to teleport from. Yeah, I'm trying to find a goddamn tiny crystal. May as well just walk to the big boy. Teleport to the Alchemist Guild. Hello, Guildmaster. A tabloid piece? Away with this nonsense. But also speak to this person, if you want to. Return to the quicksand. You watched the last stream, VOD. People spoiled Dark Souls 3. In the Dark Souls 3 comment section, yes. But also that's just like, I haven't been spoiled of anything. I've been lucky enough to not get spoiled. Oh, hang on, this is the wrong one. The plaza. It's just what my moderators have been telling me about all of the comments that are being left that have been getting removed for spoilers. So yeah, it's been pretty crazy for Dark Souls 3. A lot of moderation going on there. Because I want to make sure I have the absolute best first playthrough blind experience that I can share with you guys, and that's very important. Very important. For me and for you. Because here's the thing, right? In Dark Souls 1, do you know what got spoiled for me? What happened to Solaire? Right? I had Solaire's fate get spoiled for me in multiple comments, and so then that surprise when I found him was ruined because I just walked up to him and was like, yep, here he is. Because people told me about it, and it just takes the wind out of my sails, and it's so disappointing, you know? Yes, I have followed the cat before Manus in Dark Souls 1. I assume that you may not have watched the playthrough with that comment, but you certainly should give it a watch. Playing the DLC in Dark Souls 1 was a treat. But yeah, Mobius is correct. I am way ahead of the videos that get uploaded. At the moment, I'm about 3 episodes ahead with Dark Souls 3 of what gets uploaded. So, like, if episode 7, when episode 7's released, I've already done episode 10 sort of thing. So it helps, like, minimize any potential spoilers for future episodes. So, like, everything that I am discovering and figuring out, you know, is what I'm doing on my own in a blind playthrough, which is really nice because that's what I'm trying to do and not have things spoiled. Because I'd like to avoid another Solaire situation. Because that would have been nice to share with you guys a genuine reaction to me actually finding out what happened to Solaire and like seeing him myself. Because I keep exploring previous areas, and I go back and I check everything out just to see like things that I've missed, because I know that I missed things on my first time through an area, because it's more like, you know, just trying to explore it, but not completely, because I will, you know, I'll go back, I'll check it out. You don't have to 100% an area before moving on, you know. But, you know, you can't please everyone, unfortunately. Wish that I could, but you can't. Because if I'm too slow, I have all these people saying I'm just stalling for time and I'm being, like, just, like, slow for no reason. And then if I'm rushing through, everyone will give me shit for rushing through and not exploring properly. So, I'm trying to find that happy medium between, like, doing necessary backtracking and exploring, and then pushing through when I need to. It's hard to find that balance. I think a lot of people don't really realize how hard it is to record a Let's Play. Because I'm not just sitting there and playing the game and doing nothing else. Like, it's being recorded, and I have to actually construct an entertaining episode and they're long episodes too. Like, I put a hell of a lot of effort into my stuff, so it can be quite debilitating and very what's the word that I'm looking for? I don't know, disheartening, I guess, sometimes. But I also understand that there are a lot of silent watchers and lurkers who are just appreciating the content, and I'm grateful for them. It's just hard when there is a loud minority, which really affects my self-confidence. And just stresses me out to the point where I just don't even read Dark Souls comments anymore. At least in the YouTube comment section. Every other comment section is mostly is fine. Mass Effect is mostly fine. It has its moments, but I've got heavy moderation going for Dark Souls comments and Mass Effect, so... I think what playing Let's Plays for an audience and many people has helped me realize is the frustrations that even I, as a gamer, have shared, like watching other people play games and being like, they're not doing it how I would do it. It's very easy to feel that frustration, and it's funny it being on the other side, because I'm used to being someone who would be like, that's not how I would play the game, you know. So I think that's actually quite funny. That shoes on the other foot now, and people get shitty at how I play, and I totally get it. Everybody plays games differently, you know. Everybody's going to do things differently, and I have a lot of things going through my head at this at once when I'm doing like Let's Plays. Like I accidentally ran through Catacombs of Karthus and took on High Lord Wolnir without upgrading my greatsword because I switched from my exile sword and I just forgot. It's as simple as just I forgot to upgrade it, and my mods have let me know how many people don't like that. And it's just like, people, like, it's okay to forget things sometimes. It just slipped my mind to not upgrade it, and then I upgraded it later. I was too busy caught in the hectic Catacombs before I went back to Filing Shrine. So I accidentally did a challenge, Catacombs of Karthus, with an unupgraded fucking sword. But it's fine now, because it's upgraded. I just need to get some Titanite chunks at this point, unfortunately, to upgrade further. But yeah, MGS and Cloden, thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate it. And like, I'm furiously trying to escape those mimic grabs, and it just doesn't. It's like a one-hit kill. I'm smashing L1 and R2, you know? Because usually you can escape the grabs. I escaped the grabs of the demon on that bridge. But mimics are different. I think by the time I would be able to even press enough buttons to escape, if I could, I'm already dead. So I'm pretty confident it's a one-hit kill, and you can't escape a mimic grab. But I've gotten much better at killing the Dark Souls 3 mimics. They're much more intense. Yeah, a lot of the salty people have played the game for hundreds, thousands of hours and are like experts at the game, you know. This is just my very first time. Like, he's played 2 Dark Souls games. He should be an expert by now. It's like, yeah, but I've only played those Dark Souls games once each, and there are things that I just forget about, you know. Like, it hurts when I've made so many improvements, like leaps and bounds better than Dark Souls 1, but people are like, he should know this thing by now, he sucks. It's like, come on, man, like this does nothing but hurt my feelings, and it's not productive. And then it makes me sad, and then I feel like I have to address it, and then people get mad at me for addressing it, and it's just like this constant cycle of, I just want people to be nice to each other. I just want to have a good time playing video games. That's like what I'm working really hard to do, is to form a community of people who really just love the medium of video games and appreciate, like, actually playing the game. You know? So here we have this giant enemy crab. That's the thing, like, it's like, I get the frustration that people have with things when they bring it up. Like, I'm like, fair enough. But, like, people could probably be nicer about it, I think. Because, like, I just want them to have a good time, and it is difficult sometimes when I'm, you know, I'm frustrating them with what I'm doing, and they're going, I'm yelling at the screen because you're not doing this. And it's like, I know. I don't know what you want me to do. And I did fine in the Wolnir fight. I did fine with the Wolnir fight. And someone told me in the Discord that what was funny is apparently those wheelie boy skeletons were actually glitched, because I'm supposed to be able to damage them, but I couldn't hit them at all. So that was an additional level of cursed challenge to that fight, which was funny. But that was a close one, because Wolnir pushed me right up against the wall. Him pulling the sword out of the ground was insane, and then just swinging it at me. Such a crazy fight. Because it was funny, like, there's like, it's one of those fights where you're just like, I'm doing no damage, what the hell is going on? And then there's like that eureka moment where one of those ring bands finally smashes, and you're like, oh my god, this is how we have to do it. You know, this is how it works. There's another boss fight that I've done in a future episode that you guys will be seeing soon. And by soon, I mean end of next week. Because I'm that far ahead with everything. That is very interesting. Boss fights are awesome. Also, there are multiple people that have admitted that they purely only watch the boss fights in my episodes, so that's it. They just go, I just skip to the gameplay. Have you done this? And I'm like, I mean, you could watch it if you wanted. you could watch it if you wanted. Ooh, it's the moon now instead of a giant crystal. Greetings, warrior of light. Whoa, what is going on? You needn't to be alarmed. It's me, your brother from the future. Who the hell is this? This is a world that exists outside your reality. Could it be a dream, a flight of fancy conjured by your weary mind? Perhaps, or perhaps not. Ah, it's Yoshida! Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so funny. It's Yoshida. Oh, that's so funny. It has been an entire decade since I first came to this world. I was a stranger here, a traveler in a troubled land, and the quest for its salvation consumed my every moment. Oh my god. That's so funny. This is wild. It is simply a count of the passage of days. Wow. I will keep making plans for this world for the foreseeable future. It has become a part of my life, and to see it grow is an adventure in itself. Rest well, warrior of light, for a grand convergence of events approaches. May the road upon which you must embark become the greatest of all journeys. Wow. Until we meet again, my friend. That's amazing. Like an in-game message. An in-game message from developers like that is so beautiful. Being like, hey, I love this game, and thank you so much for you know, playing this game. Wow. Yeah, there was also like a thing in Final Fantasy 15 where you face off. There's like a bonus. There was like a bonus fight. If you fight off, you fight against like the Square Enix CEO or something like that, which I thought was really funny. But I agree with you, Clodan. Dark Souls 2 isn't hard. It's just annoying. Like Dark Souls 2 is fine. Hey, big man, welcome. Welcome, big man. You got gifted a sub way earlier in the chat, by the way. Let me pull that up so I can have a look. Quad Jarek, who's gone to bed, gifted you a sub earlier this morning. So welcome back to the sub train. I hope we all like Elden Ring. It's going to be super interesting. I don't know if I'm gonna watch. I don't know if I'm gonna watch or look into anything else. I don't think I'm gonna check out anything else about Elden Ring. We watched that trailer, where we finally got the release date. And I think that's it for me. I'm not going to look up those articles of new images or new anything or any further trailers. I think I'm done. I know that I'm going to play it as soon as it comes out. I know that I'm going to be like so ready for it. And I am not going to look any further. I'm not going to look any further. I want to have anything else be in the playthrough itself for the channel. And that's why I'm glad that I haven't watched any future Death Stranding trailers. I only watched like the first few trailers that came out for it back when it was first coming out, and I haven't watched anything else. So when we play Death Stranding next month, that's going to be good. Jigsaw puzzle minigame. Jigsaw puzzle minigame. Interesting. Okay. I can't accept teleport. I have not met certain requirements. Alright, I need to go and deliver some letters. I've got to deliver some videotapes. Well, MGS, it really depends on time. At the moment, the current plan is to complete Dark Souls 3 and most likely Bloodborne before Elden Ring, but it really depends. It depends on how much time I have before January. So we're in September, so we got pretty much like kind of like around that 3 to 4 months mark. I want to say confidently Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne will get completed by then, but I don't think I'll be getting to Sekiro and Demon Souls before Elden Ring. So I'll probably be doing Sekiro and Demon Souls after Elden Ring, because I want to play Elden Ring as soon as it comes out. I want to be playing it for the first time alongside everyone else, because if I play it if I play it like 1 to 2 sorry, 1 to 2 games later, I will have my crowd of like spoilers and backseaters ready to go because they would have already finished the game by then. You know, I want to play it day one with everybody else so I can have that first time experience, you know. And then I want all of the salty commenters on my channel to also do their own Let's Plays and make it nice and lovely and entertaining, while also playing it for the first time and see how they go. And then I will watch them all and then backseat them. No, it's a joke. I want everyone to have fun. Well, the thing is, Pablo, I probably will play. I'll probably play a hell of a all-in-one, because I usually don't record super far in advance, but with Resident Evil Village and like Elden Ring and stuff, whenever there's a brand new game that comes out, that's when I record like much more in advance to avoid the spoilers of the internet surrounding a new game. So I don't have to worry about my comment section being spoilers. I have to worry about the internet and goddamn YouTube accounts that upload Elden Ring final boss thumbnail, blah blah blah, fighting off against Solaire in Elden Ring, you know, like that kind of stuff. Oh no, that's right, Cloden. I did what you're mentioning, with the cat in Dark Souls 1. And that's fine. I've already looked into a bunch of stuff with Dark Souls 1. We looked up like the lore with Vati as well. Like that's perfectly fine. I didn't backseat your playthrough, Dex. There's a difference between backseating and friendly advice. I just want you to succeed, my friend. And as always, remember to get to the medical platform. Wait. This is wrong. Yeah, Gwyn being the first boss of Elden Ring. Oh, actually, that was the right way I could have gone. Never mind. Yeah, the alternate cutscene was cool. We watched the alternate cutscene where Sif hesitates to engage in the fight if you save her first, because she recognizes you. I think though, like the people who want me to, you know, find things and explore to find particular things in Dark Souls 3 will be very pleased and satisfied, I hope, in future episodes at least. Because there's some really good stuff. It was mentioned before, but yeah, Dark Souls Episode 10 went out with early access last night, which is the start, which is only just the start of something special. But very exciting. The music in Ul'dah is great, to be honest. While I don't think this is necessarily my favorite location, because it's very confusing with stuff everywhere, the music's nice. I recently did something in episode 12, though, that I am, like, worried about. But I was like, oh, that's what that means, you know? It was like one of those things where I was like, oh. And I can't talk to you about it. I don't want to spoil my own playthrough.
I, Yugiri of Doma, am honored to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer. Alas, the circumstances which have brought
yeah, Quantum. It is a Yu-Gi-Oh reference. It's the previously on Yu-Gi-Oh intro. I recreated it.
direst need of aid, to request that you grant my people asylum.
I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Yugiri.
I, Nanamo,
Myself have heard the tale of your misfortune, I would ask that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
Why? Don't.
As you wish, Your Grace.
No!
Many years
Exposition.
Doma suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearn to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty. Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion was put down in the most brutal fashion.
Yeah, I almost poisoned the Firekeeper in Dark Souls 1. That was hilarious. That was so funny.
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own galleon's hold.
I wonder what you think it is, MGS, by the way. I wonder what you think it is.
Which escaped the purge. It is my hope
It might not
that
be
you
what you
allow
think
us
it is.
all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resources allow. Pray understand, we do not beg a boon, but propose instead
Egg a boon.
we would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
I mean, they're my own playthroughs, so
What are the Syndicate's opinions?
obviously I'm going to say I recommend you watch them. But I genuinely, I do think that they are at least mostly enjoyable to watch. I had a really fun time.
To be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
And then you'll understand all of the context for my enjoyment in Dark Souls 3.
He sees profit in this.
I agree. That said, these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
The law is the law.
Lord Lolorito?
Alright, Moustache Man.
Tell me, are you blind or willfully ignorant? Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the Calamity and Alamigan refugees.
Who's this guy?
They live hand to mouth, subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher. The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity?
Bruh, shut up.
All read the reports, I think. Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied them. Yet, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
Some say the chairman of the East Aldenard Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Ul'dah. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred domins Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse. I move that an exception be made.
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago regarding a number of Alamigan refugees, if memory serves.
My favorite Let's Play experience on the YouTube
What
channel.
were your words that day? Ah, yes. The law is the law. And
I'll-
so our visitors remained
I'll get back to you.
in Little Alamigo. Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to
Sultana.
to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
This dude's an asshole for no
Mind
reason.
your tongue, Lolorito.
Do a majority vote.
Lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation.
Can't they just do a majority vote and then just say, all right, that guy sucks?
You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than gil.
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future. Uldar's greatest asset is, and has ever been, her material wealth. We risk this at our peril. One need only look to Teleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy. How far the vaunted Mirage have fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
Politics.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote. To accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed, I bid you leave.
I bid you leave.
Would that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Yugiri.
Reaper, yeah, that was actually from a tour. The Cavalera brothers did a Beneath the Remains and Arise anniversary tour. And that's probably one of the only band shirts I've ever bought because it's awesome. The design on that's so good.
On our behalf.
The Cavalera name being in the Sepultura logo, and then the Arise and Beneath the Remains album art being merged together. So good. One of the best live shows I ever went to.
Little Alamigo would now be
I missed their anniversary tour for Roots, but
you should have traveled so far.
very good that I got to see Arise and Beneath the Remains.
To be refused in this manner is utterly unconscionable.
Hopefully, if COVID's out of the way by 2023, we'll be able to see them do a Chaos AD anniversary tour, maybe. That would be great, but we'll see. Lalafell that have moustaches ruin any scenes, for sure. Because they're so funny.
They see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity. The Monitorists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all. But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
Yeah, let's have that exposition later, shall we? Thank you. Politics. Yeah, one of my friends got to go to the Roots anniversary tour. So very jealous of that. But at least I got to see the Arise one. That was so good. My favorite Let's Plays decks on the channel. Let me pull up my playlists so I can have a look. But I would have to say Dark Souls 1. Metal Gear Solid 4 and 5, Mass Effect 2, and probably Silent Hill 2. I think that would be like my top 5. I think that would be my top 5. Dark Souls 3 isn't completed yet, so that's why I don't count it, but it's certainly really become one of my most favorites already. That's for sure. Actually, my favorite game on the channel is the Medium and Silent Hill Origins. And Resident Evil 0. Those are the best games. I think that's a good top 5 of my playthroughs to have. So two Metal Gear Solids, Dark Souls 1, Silent Hill 2, and Mass Effect 2. I think the games where I think you can tell when I'm having the best time. You can tell when I'm having the best time, so that's why. Oh, nice. The Cavaliers are from your city. That's awesome. Yeah, my mum got me into them. She bought me the Arise album when I was a teenager. So good. And then I had a DVD that was just a bunch of their like live shows and interviews and stuff. Sepultura are great. I love them. They just have such a good energy about them. Even the current Sepultura band with new band members is okay. Like, I'll listen to them and enjoy them, but the Cavalera brothers were honestly the best. Sao Paulo. The MGS4 playthrough was an absolute treat, that's for sure. I loved that. We gotta replay Metal Gear Solid 4 on stream in the extreme difficulty. Hey, Steven, thank you so much for gifting a sub. Gifting a sub to Reaper. And in classic fashion, my Twitch alert doesn't work properly. But thank you for the gifted sub, man. Thank you, and thank you for tuning into the stream. MGS4 is a pretty cool way to end the story, but then, to be continued in Metal Gear Rising, which I did want to include in that top 5, because Metal Gear Rising was just insane, but Metal Gear Solid 4 and 5, I think, deserve the spot in my top 5. Metal Gear Rising might be number 6, a bonus 6th. Hideo played it really well. That's cool. Developers who are actually good at their video games is really nice. Like, people, like, you can tell that, like, they actually play games and enjoy it, so that's really cool. Yeah, it's just Metal Gear Acid 2 and Twin Snakes. Twin Snakes for the channel. So we've got Twin Snakes to go before I do my ultimate Metal Gear Solid tier list video, which will be separated into categories. And Twin Snakes is certainly on my mind. Just haven't got around to it yet. I actually have... he's known by many names, but username is Game Soccer. Abu Hasu has actually created a mod for Twin Snakes, which like ups the resolution, runs it through like a reshader and stuff. So gives it like a bit of a fix. So we'll be playing it that way. Testing out a mod. Sorry, excuse me. For the GameCube. Twin Snakes for the GameCube. So that should be fun. Yeah, I think I really benefited by playing all of the Metal Gear Solid series, like, all together. Oops, should have taken up those stairs. I think I really benefited by playing through all the games all together, because I had like all of the story in my head. But I'm going to enjoy replaying the original Metal Gear Solid 1 on stream as well, and we'll dive into all the codecs. I should check the what quest are we up to? Because we're in patch 2.2 now. We're doing through the Maelstrom, I think. Yeah. So we've done patch 2.1. We're up to patch 2.2. Then there's patch 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, 2.55, and then Heaven's Ward. So we've still got a while to go. Still got a while to go. A lot of Metal Gear Solid's story is explained either in the background or with additional details, or left up to interpretation, that's for sure. Getting those truth tapes at the end of Metal Gear Solid 5 was an insane reward to really get those like mind-blowing pieces of information. Mind-blowing pieces of information. Yeah, I intend to replay Metal Gear Solid games on stream on the hardest difficulty, which should be fun, like doing like European Extreme MGS3 and stuff. It should be fun. And by fun, I mean probably excruciating, because I don't even have that much practice in the games. I've only played them through once. But it could be fun on stream with like some community interaction, you know? So we've got community interaction, it could be nice. What I might do real quick is there's a couple of things over this way. I just unfortunately can't stream. I can't stream too much. I wish I could. I wish I could be streaming more. But I need to do my recording, my Let's Plays, and other stuff, and work and all of that, and there's things that I want to work on as well. Oh, I need to be there. Alright, let me go to the Gladiators Guild. Yeah, there's a lot going on, you know. So I can't stream too much because like I said, yeah, I also, you know, want to make sure that my YouTube stuff is getting proper attention. Because that is obviously the priority. That's what comes first. Oh, nice. I finally attuned myself to all of the aetheryte crystals. Yay. That took me so long to finally be able to do that. Because I was looking for that last one. Yeah, I had that trouble as well with the CDK scenario. I had that same problem. But I've bought Metal Gear Solid 1. Check this out, by the way. Check this out. Yeah. Baby. What I love about this is I open up this boy because it's in a double CD case. And what have we got? What have we got in the back section? What have we got in the back section? A Silent Hill demo. Silent Hill playable demo. Silent Hill playable demo, and you fold this little booklet out, and it's a little Silent Hill poster with Cheryl and Dahlia, and then it's got like the controls and stuff on the back. And it has like this blurb on the back, like red writing, which is an old lakeside resort town run down and long forgotten by the tourist trade, a small community weary of change and suspicious of the outside world. Relationships are close-knit and everyone knows their neighbor's business. Time drags by. A fire 7 years ago was still the main topic of conversation in these off-season days. It's half deserted, some would call it a ghost town. Harry Mason is heading for Silent Hill with his daughter Cheryl for a long overdue holiday. It's a chance for them to spend some quality time together. During the long drive, their Jeep is plagued by mechanical problems, and it is midnight by the time the town comes into sight. Cheryl has fallen asleep. She dreams. The peace is shattered when a police motorbike rides out of the light, speeding past the exhausted travelers before fading back into the blackness. A short while later, a few miles further on the motorcycle reappears. This time it's lying on its side, abandoned by the edge of the road. There is no sign of the rider. Suddenly a figure looms, silhouetted in the glare of the Jeep's headlights. Harry jerks the steering wheel too hard, too fast, desperately trying to avoid impact. His car skids off the road and plunges into a ravine. Blackness. Harry slowly regains consciousness, his thoughts muddy and confused. As he comes to his senses, he realizes with horror that his daughter is nowhere to be seen. A rush of fear seizes him. Where is Cheryl? He scrambles out of the wreck, his bones aching with effort as he pulls himself free. Dense fog has descended all around him, and an abnormal chill, gnaws at his soul. Panic twists his stomach, and doubt floods his mind. Where has Cheryl gone? Harry starts towards the distant shadow of the town. And that's just like the little blurb. That's like the little blurb for Silent Hill 1. It's pretty cool. And then it comes with this little booklet. It comes with this little Konami software collection booklet. And then it's got like this timeline. It's got this timeline of games on there. And it's got games like Vandal Hearts, Track and Field. Track and Field, best Konami game, obviously. The first Castlevania on PlayStation. Azure Dreams, Suikoden, and something called Poi Poi. Konami, baby. Remember when Konami made games? But pretty crazy. I think your Metal Gear Solid 1 case is white because it might be the... I'm assuming you've got like the NTSC, like American version. This is the PAL cover of the game. Similar to how like our Resident Evil covers are different to the US ones and stuff like that. And Dex, my new PC is pretty good, but it is humming 24/7. My PC's always on. Good air ventilation, keeping it nice and cool though. But it's work. My PC's working pretty hard. It's either always uploading, always rendering, or always playing something. So it's putting in the hard yards. Cloden, by the way, with what you said about Dino Crisis. I did a Patreon poll this month, at the beginning of the month, for my Big Boss tier patrons about a PlayStation 1 game that people would like to see next on the channel. And the PS1 games that I chose was Dino Crisis, Parasite Eve, Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen, and another one that I have forgotten. Let me have a look. I need to see what this fourth game was. Let me go back to the beginning of the month so I can see this poll. The fourth game was Fear Effect. So, Dino Crisis did win that Patreon poll, so it's certainly on the list. But yeah, Dino Crisis 1, Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen was second, Parasite Eve was third, and Fear Effect was last. Pizza Hut demo disc is how you got into Metal Gear Solid. That's great. Final Fantasy VII had different cases. In America, Final Fantasy's cases had more artwork, like they had characters on it, whereas in Japan and the PAL versions, they look like this. They look like this. They've just got the logo, which is my preference. This is the magic and the effectiveness of Final Fantasy, is they can do this. They can just do this. Do you need anything on the cover? No, you don't. You just see the title Final Fantasy, you see a beautiful logo drawn by Amano, and you go, I'm going to buy and play this game. You can have the stuff on the back, but like, you look at this cover and you're like, holy crap, a new Final Fantasy game. Every time I saw a new Final Fantasy cover as a child, I was instantly so excited. I don't need to see anything else. And that says a lot about Final Fantasy. Like, this is Final Fantasy Anthology, which is Final Fantasy 4 and 5 for the PlayStation 1. I believe the American version of the Final Fantasy Anthology is actually Final Fantasy 4 and Chrono Cross, which is really strange. But this is a really cool cover art. It's cool. It says European Edition on the top as well. Final Fantasy 6 on the PlayStation 1, which funnily enough, this is really funny. It comes with a Final Fantasy 10 demo disc. It comes with a Final Fantasy 10 demo for Final Fantasy 6 on PS1. Haven't played Final Fantasy 6 yet, guys. Haven't played it yet. Haven't played Final Fantasy 1 to 6 yet. Haven't played any of those. Reaper, Final Fantasy Tactics was not released in the PAL region. It's only in Japan and the NTSC region. So I actually can't own Final Fantasy Tactics. In the PAL region, Cloden, it's a PS2 demo. It's a PlayStation 2 demo. Because this game, I believe, the Final Fantasy VI on PS1 was released in like 2002. It's released in 2002, so they started doing like the PS1 releases of the classic games after in like 2002. So it's the PlayStation releases came out much later. Obviously, I just showed you Final Fantasy VII. It's Final Fantasy VIII. Personally, this one is right at the very top. This is right at the top alongside Final Fantasy VII with my favorite Final Fantasy games. So good. Oh, actually, no. Reaper, I do have Final Fantasy Tactics, but the PSP version. This one. So, Final Fantasy Tactics, The War of the Lions, which I believe is the remake of Final Fantasy Tactics, right? So, I've got that on PSP. But yeah, that's the only way that I can have Tactics. Because, yeah, PlayStation 1 was released in... not released in the PAL region. And then finally, we have Final Fantasy 9. Which I only played Final Fantasy 9. I haven't actually played the PS1 version. I played Final Fantasy 9 for the first time when it was released on Xbox One in 2018. So I finally played the last game in the PlayStation 1 era of Final Fantasy, and it was so good. Final Fantasy 9 is beautiful. So the only PS1 Final Fantasy games that I'm missing is the Final Fantasy Origins collection, which is Final Fantasy 1 and 2, the Dawn of Souls editions, I think. So I'm just missing Final Fantasy Origins, because they didn't release Final Fantasy 3 for PS1 Final Fantasy 3 really annoys me because it's always been released on like different versions. Luckily, you can get Final Fantasy 1 to 4 on PSP, which is a nice little collection of the first 4 games, but also Final Fantasy 3 released on DS, and then Final Fantasy 4 got remade for DS as a 3D game. But if I could get Final Fantasy 3 on PS1, I'd be very happy, just for like collector's purposes. I also own 2 copies of Final Fantasy 7 on PS1, because of course I do. Video game collection stream would be probably be lackluster now, because I've actually sold 75% of my collection. I actually parted ways with a lot of my physical games. I still do have, like, I've got a full bookshelf here of some games still, ones that are mainly sentimental value or very important to me, or ones that I like really love or are on my backlog to eventually play that I, want to keep. I can always get more video games later. I have been moving more into having more and more games owned digitally to save space, because I move a lot. I haven't really settled in. But I've another one that I've got, which is on the list, is Parasite Eve. And this is another one, Parasite Eve. The first one was not released in the PAL region either, but the second one was. How silly is that? So if I want a copy of Parasite Eve, the first game, I need to buy the American copy. The PAL region also never got Xenogears. It never got Chrono Trigger. It didn't get Chrono Cross. Like, there are so many games. We did get Vagrant Story. We do have Legend of Dragoon. All of those games, by the way, are on my backlog. I'll be playing them eventually. I know of them all because they're held in high regard, but I've never played them. Legend of Dragoon is like a $400 PS1 game if you want to buy it in its case. Legend of Dragoon is expensive. Yeah, I'll show you a few others. Just because of what you're saying, we'll take this time. This is Spyro. Yeah, maybe. Let me do this. Hold on. Let me do this. Spyro. Bada bing, bada boom. Look at that cover. Also, I made a point to I collect my PlayStation 1 games with their original black label. In America, I think you guys have Greatest Hits, which is like the green label. In Australia, the PAL region covers have a silver label. It's like PlayStation Platinum. But I like the original black labels. That's for sure. I don't own Spyro 3. Oh, I mean, I do actually, but I don't own Spyro 3 as a black label in like the bigger case. Actually, I think I sold it. I think I sold Spyro 3 on Platinum because I was going, I'll just rebuy it. Black label. So I don't have Spyro 3. This is Resident Evil 2. So different logo, different cover than the NTSC version as well. And a 10 out of 10 on the official PlayStation magazine. And feel free to call Virgin's interactive customer support hotline for tech support hints and tips for $2 per minute. And then Resident Evil 3 Nemesis as well, which is on there. All of these games, by the way, I've only bought on PlayStation 1 after I played them for the first time on the channel. I bought them to finally put them into my collection. Because I was never allowed to play them as a kid either, Cloden. The games that I played as a kid were demo discs and Final Fantasy, pretty much. And then I got into like Kingdom Hearts and like stuff like that. So all of these games, most of them are games that I've bought over the years to add to my collection. It will make a good game for my collection. I've also got like this version of Parappa the Rapper, which is cool. Do we love Parappa the Rapper? Can I get a kick punch? It's all in the mind in chat, because Parappa the Rapper is amazing. But yeah, I still own all of my demo discs, dude. Like these. The essential PlayStation magazines. This demo disc with my nickname, with my childhood nickname on it, CJ. This thing has been played like almost more than anything else. Parappa the Rapper, Croc, Agent Armstrong, Test Drive 4, and like Ridge Racer and Wipeout. It's a good demo disc. And then I've got like the other ones that were like the PlayStation. Look at that, it's green, so it doesn't even appear. But I have all of these demo discs like just sat in like sleeves, because I don't even have. This is the only one I still have the case for. And then speaking of, because like I told you, I only played demo discs, and then when I got a job, I was actually able to buy my game. So I'm like, now I can buy Croc. Now I can play it. You know who deserved to still continue alongside Crash Bandicoot and Spyro? Is Croc. God damn it. Croc deserved more than 2 games. Dex, I had Time Crisis on PS1 with my old school CRT, like TV with the light gun and everything. I recently sold it though, because I got rid of the TV as well. But the first Time Crisis, I had a lot of fun. And this is what you were waiting for, Dex. This is the PAL version of Crash Bandicoot. This is one of those really interesting things, by the way. This is one of those really interesting things where this game, Crash Bandicoot, was released in like the double dual case, but it only has one disc, and then it comes with a demo disc. It comes with the autumn Christmas releases, which is really weird. Crash 2 with a nice, lovely crack right along the case, which is always a shame. These cases are so fragile, man. These cases are so fragile. It's a good thing I'm keeping it and I'm not selling it. And then Crash Bandicoot. Warped. I don't have Crash Team Racing or Crash Bash, but I do have the trilogy of Crash games. And then I'll round it out with the final games. By the way, what you said, the Senator Armstrong demo. This is Agent Armstrong. Like, this is Agent Armstrong. It's so dumb, but it's so funny. I played the hell out of this demo. It's like a side scroller, almost like a 2.5D side scrolling game set in the 1930s, and you're like this badass Agent Armstrong. I did a YouTube video on it in 2017. It's on the channel, and I'm so embarrassed by it, but I keep it on there for historical purposes. Back when I didn't have a webcam and I didn't have a good microphone, it was awful. So I did an Agent Armstrong video. Mortal Kombat Trilogy. I've had this game since early childhood, along with this game. The first Tomb Raider. Best game of all time, don't at me, is Star Wars Episode 1 Phantom Menace. Love that game to pieces. The only Tekken game that I have ever played. The only Tekken game I've ever played and loved. Tekken 3. I haven't played any game after that in the series. And then the GOAT. Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, dude. Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. You can't beat that. Where the rules of the card game did not apply and you could fuse any cards you wanted together and everything was crazy. Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, man. I don't know if you guys know about like these games, but this is another childhood game of mine, which still has the price tag on it, which is great. This is Music 2000. You can make your own music. You can make your own music in this one for $77.95. I love how nostalgic price tags can be on these old games as well. And then this is another one I had a demo for, which I actually bought recently, which is Future Cop, LAPD. This is like some it's like a cyberpunk future. It's funny because it's like set in the 21st century, but it's like you're like this cyber cop mech thing. So that's my PlayStation 1 collection. I used to have a lot more, but I parted ways with many games. I've got some Disney games still. Like I've got Aladdin, Disney's Aladdin, Buzz Lightyear, stuff like that. So I do have some of those, but I parted ways with a lot of my platinum titles because yeah, I just kept ones that were more sentimental to me and ones that I really enjoy, or ones that are in my backlog. I sold my Harry Potter on PlayStation 1, but I did have that. I'll probably never sell this for nostalgic reasons, but there's also Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro. Dude, Spider-Man on PS1 was great. I haven't played the Spider-Man games after this one, like the ones that were based off the Raimi movies with Tobey Maguire. I own them. I haven't played them though. These two. They're on my to-do list. I haven't played them yet though. Oh man, Small Soldiers. Small Soldiers on PS1, I owned that game as well, but I never played it. I sold that. I'll probably play it. Eventually, one day. Guardians Crusade. I don't think I had those. Yeah, I need to play Spider-Man and then Spider-Man 2 as well. Because apparently Spider-Man 2 is like one of the best Spider-Man swinging mechanics, and I think they Spider-Man PS4 they like compared. They needed to like make sure they nailed the swinging mechanics. I've got a few Spider-Man games to play. There's a lot of Spider-Man games that I would like to eventually get through, but that'll take some time for sure. But that was just the PS1 games. I have PS2 games, original Xbox games, Xbox 360, you know, everything. There's a whole bunch. Something that I needed to right my wrongs of childhood, by the way, is when I was a kid and you'd get Game Boy games because they're in cardboard boxes, I would throw them away and I would keep the cartridge and I go, I don't need the cardboard box. And I hate myself as a child for doing that. So I've rebought games that I played as a kid that are in their original boxes. I don't have any Nintendo 64 games, no. I never had a Nintendo 64 until much later when I bought them when I was collecting. Because I was on PlayStation 1 and then PlayStation 2 as a kid, and then I went into Xbox. So my first Nintendo console really was the Nintendo Switch. And with Breath of the Wild being my first Zelda game and stuff like that. So I've owned a Nintendo 64 and a Super Nintendo and stuff when I was like being like a collector, but I never grew up in those like eras really. I was always on PlayStation. But like, I'd like to show you some nice ones in their nice, beautiful, crisp cases. This is the one that I have in best condition. This is the one that's in the nicest condition, is Pokemon Ruby. Pokemon Sapphire is okay. Obviously, you can see on the top of the box. It's also still got a sticker on it. People who put stickers on cardboard should be arrested, because that sticker will never come off. And then this is not going to show up. This is not going to show up on the green screen. So this is going to be Pokemon Invisible. Oh, it kind of shows up. It's Pokemon Emerald as well. Pokemon Emerald. But Ruby's in the best condition. Like this box is neat. This box is very neat. And then also, to continue our Final Fantasy talk, is Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. So this was my first Final Fantasy game on the Game Boy. This was my first Tactics game. Everyone loves Final Fantasy Tactics on the PS1. This one was mine. I absolutely adore this game, and this is why Final Fantasy XII, I love it so much, and this is why Final Fantasy XIV, I love it so much, is like this whole fantasy aesthetic. Like, Final Fantasy XIV isn't set in Ivalice, but like Final Fantasy XII is, and I was so happy that there's like the world of Ivalice, you know? Tactics Advance is a brand new story. It's not anything to do with the original Tactics. So the differences is that it's a whole new Tactics game, just on the Game Boy. And then there was also a DS sequel, Tactics A2, I think, which I don't own and haven't played. But yeah, it's good. Final two things, because there's a lot more, but I'm going to leave it alone. But my final two things, pride and joys of my collection, or at least some of them, is these are two Japanese exclusive releases. This is the Final Fantasy IV Game Boy Micro, limited edition Game Boy Micro, Final Fantasy IV, and it comes with the Game Boy Micro console and a copy of Final Fantasy IV Advance. So it's very beautiful. It's got a bunch of Amano artwork on it. That's great. And then I have the Japanese exclusive release of Ni no Kuni for the Nintendo DS in this big ass box. The Japanese exclusive version of Ni no Kuni, which comes off with this like gorgeous looking box, and you open it up. And inside, this is my favorite part, and this is why I bought it, even though I can't even read it. You open it up, and it has the actual book from the game, like the wizarding book, which is all of like the runes and the spells, and like the weapons and the enemies and like everything. Like, and it even has this. And I won't be able to tell you what this is because it's all in Japanese. But it's got beautiful artwork in it. Like look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It's got beautiful stuff in it. So all the information on enemies and stuff. You know, one day I'll understand Japanese and I can actually read this book. But yeah, this was a Japanese exclusive release of Ni no Kuni. Obviously, it was out on PS3. But yeah, they made a DS. They made a DS version, and there's the case. So it's pretty crazy. Oh. Yeah. So it's all gorgeous. The logo looks really nice in Japanese. So that's why the box is so big, because it's got the actual book. And that was like my main reason for buying it, is because it looks so nice. Let me like slide this. It's such a weird cover. Let me slide this back on slowly. But yes, those are two of like my nice little collector's editions that just sit on the shelf and look pretty, really. Shall we get back to Final Fantasy 14 now, I think. That was a little bit. It was a fantastic topic derailment. I don't even remember how it started. Metal Gear Solid. How funny that it starts with Metal Gear Solid and then being like, oh, look at this cover of Metal Gear Solid. And then, oh, here's all my PlayStation 1 games. But yeah, I've got a bunch of original Xbox games. Best game, that one there. Fable: The Lost Chapters, dude. I also have Simpsons Hit and Run on Xbox. Sydney as Pirates. A game that I hope people are aware of, but so many people aren't aware of this, is Dungeons and Dragons Heroes, which is an original Xbox exclusive, which I recently found out is backwards compatible on my Xbox 360, which is so good, because it means I can do a Dungeons and Dragons Heroes playthrough. I'm so happy. There's a couple of original Xbox games that aren't backwards compatible on the 360 or the Xbox One, which makes me so sad, like Star Wars Obi-Wan. Star Wars Obi-Wan is stuck. Star Wars Obi-Wan is stuck on the original Xbox forever, because it's not on PC, it's not backwards compatible, it's Xbox exclusive. Dude, Dungeons and Dragons Heroes is my childhood game, and it's really funny because I never played Dungeons and Dragons until I was much, much older. And I was always into fantasy stuff, but like that was my one and only experience with Dungeons and Dragons, was that original game on Xbox. This is Dungeons and Dragons Heroes. It's a four-player co-op multiplayer dungeon crawler. The storyline is so cliche, but it is so fun. The storyline is literally 4 chosen heroes defeated an ancient wizard. 100 years later, the wizard comes back to life by dumb enemies being like, we can bring him back. And then your characters get brought back to life 100 years later, and then you have to defeat him again. It's very, very, very typical. You mean these decks? You mean these games? You mean these? You mean Halo 1 and 2 on the original Xbox? With the limited edition green Halo controller, only $39.95 when you buy this product. With a sticker on the front. Alright. You're gonna keep making me show off all my stuff when I need to talk to the Far Eastern Elder. All that movement's making me sweaty. Oh, by the way, because Dex seems to want to make a joke about it, Dex has not played any Halo campaigns except Halo 1, despite being a Halo 2 MLG player and multiplayer. And I think that's pretty embarrassing. I think that's pretty embarrassing, huh? Hasn't even played Halo 2 and 3 campaigns at least. It's pretty wild, huh? There we go. Soul of the Samurai. I can be a samurai. Yeah, I was actually tempted to buy MGS 2 and 3 on the original Xbox with Subsistence and Substance. But I've got the PS2 version of MGS 3. Which, right here. And it comes in a thick case. It's like a case that's like the size of 2 games. So I bought this after I completed MGS 3. So it's got its case and then 3 discs. MGS 3 Subsistence on PS2. Massive case. But It's a cool cover. I don't have MGS2 on PS2 yet, but I need to get a copy of Substance. Do I even need to say anything? Do I even need to say anything about that? How's the nostalgia? How's the nostalgia on that one? Will I do a playthrough of the original Lord of the Rings games? You bet I will. You bet I will. Something that's really interesting is the Fellowship of the Ring. The Fellowship of the Ring Lord of the Rings game is so funny because it was developed to be based off the books. And to be a continuation of the game that the same developers made, which was The Hobbit. Like, they made The Hobbit as well, which was like more of a different art style, much more like the books, no likeness to the movies whatsoever. And they were planning on making the Two Towers, planning on making the Two Towers and Return of the King in that same style based off the books. But unfortunately, it did not go ahead. And obviously then we got the Two Towers and Return of the King based off the movies. But the Xbox version and the PS2 version of Fellowship of the Ring had different developers, so the games actually play differently, which is really interesting. I own both versions. I wish that the Lord of the Rings on Xbox, Fellowship of the Ring, was backwards compatible, because I would play it. I have a PS2 to HDMI cable, which does work, so I will be planning on playing some original PS2 games on the channel through HDMI, which is nice. The cable I bought for my Xbox, however, is garbage. It does not work, and it's like flickering all the time, and it cuts in and out. So I need to either find a better brand or abandon all hope. But hopefully I can find a good Xbox HDMI converter, because I would love to play some games that are stuck on the original Xbox that can't be played anywhere else, like Star Wars Obi-Wan, for example. The Xbox cable being dodgy. Yeah, but like dodgy to the point where I can't even record or get a signal through the Elgato, unfortunately. So I can't record. I still, like, this was from last stream, by the way, but this still blows my mind that we got introduced to Gilgamesh. So interesting. I can't wait to continue that questline later. I've played a little bit of the Third Age. I don't own it, but I've played a little bit of it. But it's like turn-based Lord of the Rings game. Hell yeah, like that's awesome. I should actually get it, and I'd love to actually do a full playthrough of that because I never finished it. Just record the monitor with a camera. Do like early YouTube stuff. Let's go back to 2007, 2008 YouTube. Hey guys, welcome to my playthrough. My camera recording my TV. Just so funny. But yeah, that's why I've kept a lot of the games that are like very sentimental and meaningful to me. Because I love keeping them. But yeah, I parted ways with a lot of my collection where it was just games that I just bought. Just games that I bought to add to my collection and never really bothered to play them, or they just stayed in my backlog. So if I want to get them later, I can. But for the sake of having less stuff, I did, yeah. I parted ways with a lot of my games. Maybe there's a child in here. Hello, I'm looking for hiding children. Oh man, I've played, oh, there you are. I've played Shadow of Mordor, but I haven't played Shadow of War yet. The sequel. I have it on my Xbox, I got it installed. But I'd love to play Shadow of War. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting way to use Tolkien's lore, but it's very strange. I enjoyed Shadow of Mordor. It was like an Arkham. It was a mixture of like the Batman Arkham series and Assassin's Creed, and I was like, this is fun. This is cool. With Lord of the Rings stuff. It was great. But yeah, I'd like to play Shadow of War. I'll probably play it my own time, to be honest. I don't think there'd be much interest in a playthrough of Shadow of War. But I do have a bunch of other Lord of the Rings games on my list. I've got Lord of the Rings Conquest, which is like the Battlefront type Lord of the Rings on Xbox 360. There's War in the North. I do own Battle for Middle-earth 2, which is an RTS, which I probably can't do a playthrough of. And then, yeah, the Third Age. A lot of good Lord of the Rings games. It's kind of like a shame that there's not more. They could, like, imagine them making like a Lord of the Rings video game with the scale and graphics and like gameplay of The Witcher 3. Oh my god. Imagine that. Not even based on the movies, just a game that's based in Middle-earth, like The Witcher 3. Yeah, I remember the whole controversy with Shadow of War's monetization stuff, which I'm pretty sure that they've completely removed at this point. I think that was one thing that was kind of holding me off getting the game when it first came out. But yeah, I'm keen to check it out. No, I haven't done a playthrough of the Witcher series. I played through Witcher 3 and finished it myself 2 years ago. I find it, and that was really long. I started Witcher 3 when it first came out. I bought it and I was like, oh, this is cool, I'll check it out, and proceeded to get completely overwhelmed because I was like, this game is massive. I'm working full time. I'm at that point very addicted to Destiny 1. I was like, I don't have time to play a game so huge like Witcher 3. I couldn't even focus. So I ended up playing that game on and off, really like disconnected over the course of like 4 years. So I don't really remember much. I managed to complete the base game. I haven't done the DLC. So I am planning on doing a Witcher series. I am feeling like doing a Witcher series. Starting with Witcher 1, even if it is a little archaic. Apparently people do say that the atmosphere alone of that first game makes it worth it. I've never played Witcher 1 and 2, so I'd love to do like a full series and eventually revisit Witcher 3, because they're doing like the remastered editions, like next gen update at the end of this year. Because I've bought it on PC to play through it on PC with that update. What about Witcher 3 would get me demonetized? If anything, if any game that I'm going to be playing, would get me demonetized frequently, it'd probably be Death Stranding. Because of the amount of copyrighted music that's apparently in that game. And this is why I appreciate games that have an option to disable copyrighted music for streamers. And I wish Death Stranding kind of had something like that. So I'm probably going to be taking a loss on the Death Stranding playthrough for sure, with it being most likely demonetized. Oh yeah, nudity. I think phrases will be fine. Phrases should be fine. Nudity's gonna be interesting. Yeah. Should be fine. I'll just edit it during a playthrough. It'll be fine. I just censor it. It has adult content, but it doesn't show much all of the time. But it should be fine. I might check out some other people's playthroughs and see what they were able to get away with. Because, like I said, I've played Witcher 3 before, so I can safely do that. But yeah, Death Stranding. Whether I get demonetized or not, I'd prefer to have the intact experience. I don't want to have to mute music all of the time, so I'm probably just gonna have to like just bear with it and just let it happen. Unfortunately, but that's okay. We'll see how we go. Like, hopefully I might even get lucky, but I don't expect that I will. It'd be nice if copyrighted music in video games, they were a little more, like, gave you some leeway with it. Like, I will never be able to stream or play Guitar Hero. I will never be able to stream or play Guitar Hero on the channel. Because if I do it on Twitch, I'll get DMCA'd. If I play it on YouTube, I'll get completely copyrighted. Yeah, Dex, they added flying mounts when you complete the game, and all mounts can fly. Like, check out this one, Dex. Let's fly with a behemoth. Whee! Let's swim with this big boy. Swim in the air. This is one of my favorite songs in the game so far. One of my favorite tracks. It's so nice. I think they upload Guitar Hero stuff that doesn't have like copyright. They don't do copyrighted songs though, right? They do like custom songs, like meme stuff that people add, right? Because I've seen some of those. He's not much Metallica songs. Interesting. I don't know. Maybe he's got some sort of thing going on. Like you can dispute. You can dispute stuff, but yeah. But I think Metallica are probably very chill. Metallica is probably chilled the hell out with copyright stuff. My character is just like, what the hell's going on? To go whither the wild rose blooms. Definitely. Let's just pick the funny options. Buy weapons and armor from Rowena. No worries, Cloden. Thank you so much for staying up so late for the stream. I hope you have a good stream. Good sleep. Not a good stream. A good sleep. Knew he was gonna nod. My stoic nods. The stoic nods. I've done standalone titles, Reaper. I've played a couple of standalone titles. I've played Soma, horror game, which is cool. I've played Shadow of Memories / Destiny. Has 2 different names. Shadow of Memory. I've played Rule of Rose as well, which is a standalone. Have I played anything else that was not part of a series? Let's see. I played The Medium recently when that first came out. Shadow of the Colossus, which is not really part of a series, but I hear that it is tied to like Ico, which I haven't played yet, but I've played Shadow of the Colossus. So I have played some games that are not part of a series, and also I'm playing Alien Isolation at the moment, which is also not part of a series. So I'm happy to play titles that are not part of a series. It's just sort of when I start a series, I do tend to get very very interested and very interested in them. Mass Effect has definitely captured my heart, especially with how good it is as like a RPG with its story. It's pulled me in. It's nice to actually get a taste of what BioWare is like known for with its beautiful RPGs, because I'll be certainly eventually looking to get into Dragon Age and Knights of the Old Republic. Like I'm a huge Star Wars fan, like huge Star Wars fan. It's one of the biggest things in my life, and I never got into the Old Republic. Like I never got into the Old Republic, so I'm actually really excited to play Knights of the Old Republic for the first time. Get into KOTOR. So while I won't be getting right into a BioWare RPG immediately after Mass Effect, because Mass Effect's pretty big, KOTOR will probably come next, and then eventually Dragon Age. Vagrant Story would actually be nice, but I will say on that front, in terms of doing an RPG, I will probably, like, if I'm gonna do a JRPG, I will probably be playing Chrono Trigger first, because I haven't played Chrono Trigger yet, and it's been on my list for a very long time. So I think Chrono Trigger would come before anything else in terms of a JRPG. It's funny for me being such a Star Wars fan. The only Star Wars content on my channel is a Dark Forces playthrough that I did when I started doing my channel stuff again early last year, which is just like a compilation of my first playthrough of Dark Forces. And then I've done like a live stream of goddamn Lego Star Wars and Battlefront 2. That's it. Which is so silly. But Star Wars is also a bit of a headache with copyrights and stuff, because Star Wars music is, Star Wars music. So I was planning, back in the early days of the channel before Silent Hill changed everything, is I was going to be playing through the Jedi Knight series, starting with Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2, and then there's like, I think it's called Mysteries of the Sith, Yeah, Dark Forces, Jedi Knight, Dark Forces 2, and then Jedi Knight Mysteries of the Sith, Jedi Outcast, Jedi Knight 2, and then Jedi Knight Jedi Academy. I've played Jedi Academy and Jedi Knight 2, I believe. I grew up with Jedi Academy, so I started playing that one. That was like my only real experience with the expanded universe, was Jedi Academy. Like post episode 6 anyway. But I'd certainly love to have some more Star Wars content on the channel, like I mentioned before, KOTOR and a Star Wars Obi-Wan playthrough, Republic Commando, Force Unleashed, etc, etc. What else have I got? Shadows of the Empire, Starfighter, Jedi Starfighter, Bounty Hunter, stuff like that. Empire at War was a really fun RTS game that I played, by the way. Empire at War is really fun. And I played like a mod for the game that added like a bunch of Clone Wars stuff. It was so cool. I have certainly not fallen out with the series. I love Halo. Halo is great. I did a couple of multiplayer streams. I was playing with Dex, Hillian, and Pablo, and I played with Big Man as well. Of Halo, and that's been super fun playing multiplayer and firefight and stuff. So I'll definitely be playing Halo Infinite when it launches for the campaign, the story, and then I'll probably stream some multiplayer or something if I can find the time to do that. I love Halo. Dex is playing Bioshock at the moment, but I want to force him through co-op campaign with me so we can do co-op campaign of Halo on stream in the lead up to Infinite. But that depends. That all depends on time, if Dex can do it. Subnautica has gotten recommended a lot. That's on my list as well. I might actually, here, while you guys are all here, let me link you this. This is going to take you to a spreadsheet. That I created, which I should actually update. Let me actually quickly just put in. I'll update it with a couple of other things. Let me update it with the System Shock series. I have a list of games that are currently in my backlog / on my list already / game suggestions, with some notes if necessary. So there's a whole bunch of games on this list. I'll put this in the... There you go. So that'll take you to a Google Doc. I just put that in the Twitch chat. That'll take you to a Google Doc, which is a bunch of games on my list that I am looking at playing at some point in time. And if I've already played a game in the series, I've like left a note of it and such. But there's 177 in the list, but also in there's also ones that are like, this is this game series, so there's multiple games in that series, so there's more than 177 games on that list if you count the games that are all in a series. So you can always refer to Apocalypse's game list. So that was for the Discord, by the way. That's a pinned message in my Discord, in my general chat, that people can refer to for like newcomers in the Discord, and they're like, oh, like what games am I playing or planning to play? That's like a nice little thing to have a look at. And it's mostly complete, I'm pretty sure. Most of what I'm planning to play is on that list. But yeah, it's definitely good to keep that one in mind. Yeah, there's some good ones in there. There's some ones that are very, very, very far back in the backlog, that's for sure. I don't know anything about Sekiro, so I can't really comment. I've only with Tenchu. I think I've played a demo of Tenchu on the PS1. But I haven't played much of Tenchu. Maybe that could be a series I check out. That's not on my list currently, but I could add that in if people want to see me play through Tenchu. Firewatch was great. A little bit heartbreaking, but Firewatch was good. Yeah, let me put Tenchu in there. It's a good idea. I forgot about that series because there's a few of them. Let me put Tenchu series in there. Check that on there as well. But there's definitely some good definitely some good ones in there for me to get to eventually. Do we have a Halo Infinite dev in the chat? Do we have a Halo Infinite dev in the chat? That's interesting. Okay. I'll take your word from it at face value. I love Halo to pieces. The lack of co-op at launch is concerning. I don't really care about Forge, and I never really have gotten into Forge, but custom games are really fun, so Forge is kind of relevant for that. So, like, Forge will come eventually. I can understand a delay in Forge, that's fine. Co-op is a little bit of sadness, but what I like about Halo is the story and the multiplayer, so... My uncle works at Nintendo, and he told me that Sora is going to be in Smash Brothers with Goku. But people do like to lie, but I'm not saying that you are, I'm just saying that people do. I'm very excited for Halo Infinite. I didn't get a chance to play the flight. Unfortunately, a couple of people in my community did, and they had a lot of good things to say, which was nice. Made me jealous that I couldn't play it, but I'll be very excited to play it when it comes out. So I've definitely not fallen off that series at all. Halo is very dear to me. It's why I'm on Xbox. It's why I'm primarily Xbox. When I first
Caught anything slippery?
We're talking now. We're talking now.
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet, which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning Ifrit with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what? Pray tell.
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Yeah, the XP system is like similar to Master Chief Collection, I'm pretty sure.
There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods. They mean to summon Leviathan?
Oh, here we go. Yeah, another primal Leviathan.
That is the way of it, I fear.
Yes, Leviathan, baby.
Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas.
Which games are repeated on the list? Because I did go through and have a look. I have deleted some duplicates that I noticed myself, but please point them out.
The gift and knowledge of eternity.
I'll fix it. But Master Chief Collection's fun. The XP system's pretty cool. I mean, it's the XP or like progression is focused on complete challenges, and you get points for the season pass, and you get cosmetics and stuff, and that's fine. I think what it does is it can push people to play just for challenges instead of actually playing the game properly, instead of like traditional XP growth. But Halo has never had a traditional XP growth system that like any other game. It's always been very unique. Halo 3 had armor that was tied to earning achievements and completing the campaign and stuff like that. And it had like an XP system to get like ranks, like general and stuff like that. But Halo's never had a traditional XP system anyway, so it doesn't bug me too much at all. Morrowind. Oh, like Elder Scrolls series and then Morrowind, right? Yeah, that's why I didn't notice that they were duplicates, because I have Morrowind on its own. I'll delete that and just do Elder Scrolls series. Yeah, cool. Yeah, Destiny 2, Master Chief Collection, all that kind of Battle Pass sort of stuff, except Master Chief Collection and Halo, I guess, as a whole, something that I really appreciate is you can still earn stuff from previous Battle Passes. It's not like that, it doesn't have that FOMO of like, you have to be there for that one season because you'll miss out. But I'm very excited for Halo Infinite regardless. It's going to be fun.
You shared that vision, did you not?
Hopefully they do another beta or something soon, because I'd love to actually get into it.
I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
I think when I play Morrowind, I'm only going to play it with a couple of mods, because I want it to be mostly an authentic first-time experience of the original game. So I think I'm going to play it with like high-resolution like UI that actually scales to 1080p properly, and that's about it.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa.
Reaper, with Destiny 2's FOMO, they've removed that now, which is good. You can still play content from previous seasons.
Pray, take charge in my absence.
Yeah, you can still play previous seasons content, which is nice, and earn those things and complete those quests. So that's good. The only things that are the FOMO aspect is the gear that's tied to that season's pass, like of the rewards and stuff. But that's all right.
I shall not stand in your way.
It's very easy to get to 100 just by playing the game. It's very easy to just get to rank 100 and complete the season pass with barely even playing. Like, I barely played last season and I made it to 100.
I take it something ill is afoot.
So it's very easy to progress in that. And then the chase of Destiny 2's progression is doing the high-end activities to get to max power, like doing the raids and stuff like that.
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
And Destiny 2's got crossplay now, which is really cool. It's great for the population of that game to now be able to play with each other.
If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
Be sure to become well prepared. Home in Philia. Forever cursed to be following your quest line. That's the main quest. Let's send Minfilia into battle against Leviathan first, and then see what happens. Minfilia, take on Leviathan for us. You can do it. Oh, well, I mean, if Reddit's gonna do like a mod list, they'll go, here's every single mod you can do in Morrowind to make it the best game ever, and it basically turns it into like a completely different game. Like, I would literally just be happy with the mod that's like just makes the text scale to the correct resolution, and maybe like some minor like bug fixes maybe. But I'm pretty happy and content to just try and have an authentic first time experience. Like, if I was to play Final Fantasy VII for the first time, and I hadn't played it before, I wouldn't play, like, a modded version on PC with, like, all these additional changes. I would play the original first, and then play a modded version later. Oh yeah, cool. Open MW is the same. I'll need to get some when I get around to playing Daggerfall and Morrowind and stuff, which is a long way away. But when I do get around to it, I will definitely be checking out those things, and I'll probably need to ask for some assistance in getting it set up again when we get close to it. Like, just making sure that it's all neat and tidy. But Morrowind's gonna be fun, I think. It's fun because I can finally get into like these really like in-depth like long like RPG series where I can really just like focus on the attention to detail and like do a really like fun playthrough of these games. It's really nice to be able to work through my backlog that I've been trying to do for years and years and years. Years and years and years. Yeah, too many games. I definitely feel that, Quantum. Too many games. Pirate Woman. I've seen the fan-made Final Fantasy VII remake for the Super Nintendo, but I haven't seen that one, Reaper. The official remake of Final Fantasy VII is probably one of my favorite games I've ever played. That thing... I am so happy that the remake is being given the attention and respect that it deserves by separating it into multiple games, because they have to. If they were to release Final Fantasy VII Remake in its entirety in one go, they would have to cut so much content, they would have to change so many things, like it's like when you look at a PS1 game with those 3 discs, the sheer amount of content and stuff like that translated to a modern gaming experience with the graphics that Final Fantasy always strives to achieve. Final Fantasy always strives to do the very best in their graphical advancements. Those Final Fantasy VII Remake character models are PS5 quality on the PS4. Like, those were PlayStation 5 character models for the main characters. Texture issues and whatever aside, which they've fixed in the PS5 version. That game is absolutely amazing. A con that comes to mind of the remake right away is probably at one point in the game I felt it dragging slightly, which was kind of annoying, which is the Aerith and Cloud going through the Sector 6 slums or whatever, or Sector 5 slums, where you had to like pick her up on the crane hands and move her and like navigate through that area. That felt like it was padding for time in a really like, just like, it was just an annoying segment. And that was the like one of like the only times where I was like, oh, this segment could have really been trimmed. I didn't need it. It was it dragged a little. So I'm not afraid to criticize parts of it. I also think the ending was very extreme. I uploaded 2 endings of that Final Fantasy VII Remake, and it's funny because I uploaded them within a day of each other, but I was that far ahead of the game. Because I took work off. I took annual leave for a month to play and record the Final Fantasy VII Remake for the channel, so it had my full attention, and I played multiple episodes a day. I was recording and rendering videos every single day for that playthrough, like working like a machine to upload Final Fantasy VII Remake every single day, sometimes multiple times a day, to get that out before I went back to work after my annual leave. So that was like, there was multiple episodes of Final Fantasy VII Remake a day, just smashing that playthrough out. And there was a week between endings. Like, I finished the game, and then a week later I played through the ending again with a fresh perspective, and I thought about it, and I uploaded those 2 within a day of each other. That's how far ahead I was. And Maximilian, dude, is the only person that I've ever seen speak about Final Fantasy VII in a way that gets me, that I can understand and go, this dude understands Final Fantasy VII like nobody else, in a way that really speaks to me. It's like he has the exact same passion and information about Final Fantasy VII that I do, and it was really nice to see his perspective on the ending. Because I actually thought he might be shaken by it, because he doesn't like Dirge Cerberus or Genesis or anything like that, and I thought that the ending initially was kind of in that same similar territory of, oh no, what are they doing? Like, what are they doing? It's so crazy, but there's a lot of reasons for it being the way that it is, and with a lot of thought. It's certainly very interesting to think about the implications of the remake and future games, and how it's going to tie into the compilation of Final Fantasy VII as a whole. But I love Final Fantasy VII so much. That remake is so close to perfect for me. That is so close to being like a perfect remake. I'm so excited for part 2. The intermission DLC was great. And like, I grew up with Final Fantasy VII, and then I played Dirge of Cerberus when it came out on PS2, and I was at the perfect age as a kid to enjoy that game. But I can look at that with such a critical eye now, and be like, man, that's kind of cringe, but at the same time, I have a lot of nostalgia for it. Crisis Core, I have less nostalgia for. I've only played through it. Once. But I enjoyed it. Zack is a great character. This is cool. This is a cool story, though. Patch 2.2, going into Leviathan stuff. How close am I to how close am I to doing Leviathan? Are we close to Leviathan? Because I was going to almost suggest us doing the hard mode Ifrit quest, but if we're going to be close to a brand new primal that's Leviathan, we'll do that instead. Yeah, the whole identity thing, Reaper. Yeah. Love a good identity twist, don't we? It's always very interesting. Ooh. Use the Maelstrom restorative on the wounded Storm Private. There you are. 2 scenarios from Leviathan. Woo! Alright, we're doing Leviathan, baby. Hell yes. Yeah, doing Leviathan. Thank you. I owe you my life. I owe you my life. And now find the missing scouts within the Serpent's Tongue. Okay, we've got to keep going up that way. Hey, Nagfak, how you doing? Welcome. Still going strong on Final Fantasy 14. What fate is this? Notorious Serpent Reaver and the stand is holding some... Okay, let's do this. Oh, you've been waiting us. Well, this is the thing. The game collection showcase did go for a little bit of time. It did go for longer than I intended. There's nothing stronger in the Final Fantasy VII. There's nothing stronger in the Final Fantasy world in Final Fantasy 14 than Pablo's patience for me. Nothing is stronger. Is there another one around here somewhere? Oh, there we go. Every time I eat an egg, Nakvak, I think about you. Yes, I have my eggs in the corner. Left your Xbox in Brisbane when you moved to Melbourne. Damn. I would be heartbroken if I ever had to leave any of my gaming stuff in another city. No, thank you. I'm glad that I've got all my stuff with me. God, this is a tall person. We are in... Oh, Jesus. What the fuck? Did you just attack a person? Vexian Vestia. What the hell? Level 80? The hell is this? Look at that mount. My god. Look at that Ixion mount. We are in patch 2.2 quests. So we're in after I believe the part of the story is called Through the Maelstrom. So we completed a Realm Awoken, which is patch 2.1, and we're doing Through the Maelstrom at the moment. So we're about to take on Leviathan. So I have to find the missing scouts within Serpent's Tongue. Soldier's corpse. We found the missing scouts, and they're dead. So yeah, we finished a Realm Reborn a couple of streams ago, and then after that we did the whole quest line with last stream. We did a quest line with what's his face, Hildebrand, which was very fun. And now we're smashing on through. Yes, because that means we've got a tank, a healer, and 2 DPS. Hell yes, I'll invite you. Give me a sec. When you let me know when you're on, I'll send you an invite. And we'll run a party of 4. A light party will be formed. It's flying time, baby. Oh, can I? Yes, nice. Favorite part. The poor developers that have to render everything that would usually be out of sight for the player because we have to fly above things now. Yeah, this is my first MMO, but because I'm such a Final Fantasy fan, it's perfect for me. And because I played Final Fantasy 12, like because I played Final Fantasy 12, I feel like I was able to blend into this game very well. Final Fantasy 12 is very similar. But I have a very, varied taste. I have a very varied taste in games. I love a lot of different games. Hey Callista, how you doing? This is cool because this feels like it's still part of this feels like a Realm Reborn storyline still, where it's like continuing on with Primal stuff, which is awesome. So it's like the patch 2.1, A Realm Awoken, was sleepy filler stuff and moving house and such, but this is much cooler. Patch 2.2. Callista, basically, we finished the main game. We finished the base game of Final Fantasy XIV, which is we start off as like a new adventurer, and eventually we start like joining up with this crew called like the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and we take on a bunch of primals, which are like gods. As the evil Garlean Empire are trying to harvest the power of the primals, and the Empire makes this weapon called Ultima Weapon that ends up actually absorbing the powers of the primals, and then we fight them and defeat him, destroy Ultima Weapon, and we've saved the realm. That's the end of A Realm Reborn. And now we're just doing some quests that are after that, which is just there's still stuff going on. There's still danger. But yeah, basically we saved the world, and now we need to continue saving the world as the chosen hero. Go through the first checkpoint, defeat any Sahagin that appear. Nice. In the Supsa spawning grounds. And you dive bomb. Whoosh. need to fight one more. Oh, there we go. There you are. You're chilling out over there. Drowned boy. Come here. Fate complete. Another fate? Oh my god. Okay, let's do this other fate. What's going on here? You're the Wave Fiend. What are you doing? Is it a boss? Oh, there it is. Over this way. Just completely missed it. Hello. There we go. Ooh, look at this dude. My internet might be dropping quantum, so give me a moment. I'll have a look. I think we always hit that lovely time. Yeah, I think. Give me a second for my internet. It may be returning. I think it's because my internet's actually fine. My internet's doing great on in terms of receiving for Final Fantasy 14, but I think my upload is suffering. I've got good down speed. I'm just checking my up speed at the moment. No, my up speed is fine as well. My down and up speed is actually fine, so I don't know what's actually happening. I've got 20 down and 12 up, which is actually a good day for me in Australian internet terms. But I think it might just be Twitch being a little bit weird. How's the stream going for you guys at the moment? I think we're back in the green now. So if you guys can hear me, there's probably a little bit of a delay. I would recommend refreshing the stream, and you should get back up to date. We're back in the green. Just a temporary drop in the old internet. Because living in Australia is fun. Living in Australia is so much fun. Yeah, cool. So, internet's back. Great. Temporary technical difficulties. Sorry, guys. We're 4 hours. We're almost 5 hours into the stream at this point. What usually happens? What usually happens is when we hit the 2 to 3 hour mark. Usually around the 3 hour mark when I stream is when it's suffered a little bit. But yeah, we're approaching 5 hours for the stream, so this is actually a little bit unusual. But the weather in Melbourne is pretty bad. It's a rainy day today. My clothes are soaking wet on the line outside. Well, it might not be raining right now, but the whole forecast is basically rain, rain, rain for the rest of the day. So it's a little bit temperamental. So I apologize if anything's going to get a little bit choppy. We are going to be doing Leviathan and then wrapping up the stream. So we should be just past 5 hours at that point. So we're going to defeat Leviathan and then wrap it up, and then hopefully the internet will carry me through to the end. That'd be good. Oh my god, I'm gonna get interrupted. No! I didn't know I had to... the interrupt. What a pain. Nakvac coming through with the fucking triple kill. Triple kill. The name Apocalypse was just like a name that I made up when I was young. It's just a random word that I created when I was but a wee child, and it just stuck ever since. It's like my gamer tag and stuff. It's a nice, unique name. Yes, oh my god, reading Berserk, so good.
And civilians both.
I've been enjoying doing my enjoying my read-throughs a lot. Oh, nice. You saved my cat girl, Thancred. Thank you. Ooh, nice. Off she goes. Hell yeah. See it. But yeah, doing the Berserk read-throughs on the channel have been really nice.
Fight in the Far East. Mental note: pick no quarrel with Domans. But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
It's like a nice little, like, fun bit of variety for the channel, is to do like a manga read-through and reaction, which is cool. I don't know anything about Vagabond, so I'm not sure. I don't really have any, like, knowledge of that. The reason why I wanted to read Berserk was that I'd watched the anime last year. Watched the anime last year, and then the trilogy of movies for the Golden Age, and I was like, I really want to actually... This is one of the first animes that I've read... Sorry, animes that I've watched where I've wanted to actually pick up the manga and read through it immediately and, like, get through all of that. And that probably has to do with the fact that Berserk ends on a cliffhanger. And I'm like, ah! Berserk is the biggest advertisement for the manga ever. It goes, the anime finishes, and now it's like, now read the manga. So that's why I have, like, a draw to Berserk to read through it. I don't know anything about Vagabond, so that would just be up in the air. But I could certainly look into it at one point. I'm not sure. It depends how well received, or if people like really like the Berserk playthrough. If it's successful, I'll definitely keep reading different stuff. But if not, I might just continue reading stuff in my own time.
You'll forgive me my lateness.
Look at this group effort. This is so cool.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled Swordwalkers, tormented our kind. But no more!
Yeah, I want to read, as well as reading Witcher books, which could be fun. I also want to read, the Mass Effect novels as well. I want to read the Mass Effect novels as well.
Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
They're summoning Leviathan, the Primal. The Sahagin are summoning Leviathan. In the main game of A Realm Reborn, we took on Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda as the Primals.
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
We left Ramu alone. He was chilling apparently, and then this part of the story has them dealing with Leviathan. I want to see Shiva. I want to see Shiva. I have the I think when I was a kid, I read some of those earlier novels, but I haven't read any of the recent ones, and there's so many. But I'm gonna listen to the audiobooks of those older ones.
Seven hells.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal.
Yeah, the primals are summons. Yeah, like they're in this game they're called primals. In other games they're like aeons and summons and stuff like that.
I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth.
So I'm hoping,
Damn you!
I'd like to see Shiva at some point. Die, damn you! Just shoots it. Oh my god. She's funny.
Foolish Shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
Oh no, it's fine. Keeping everyone up to date is in a Final Fantasy game is what I do. But no, check that out.
Heavens forfend.
Damn it all!
My being ebbs away. It should by right be infinite.
You're about to get eaten.
Am I not immortal?
You're about to get eaten by Leviathan.
You emissary! You promised me everlasting.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon. Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God,
Yeah, it's a codec.
to unleash a tidal wave.
Here's another thing I'll catch you up on. In the original Final Fantasy XIV in the base game, we watched this in a cutscene and also a flashback. There was a Metal Gear Solid reference, and it was so funny because it's like they were using a codec, and there was a character called Mad Snake, and he died, and the character was going, "Mad Snake, Mad Snake." I was like, so Metal Gear Solid. But yeah, they essentially have a codec thing on their ears. All right. Dun, 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 dun. So are we taking on? Everybody leaves. All right. Are we? Is this Leviathan time? Is this Leviathan time? Will Pablo be able to join us finally? As we tackle Leviathan. Oh. Accidentally ended up fucking observing a bunch of cat women with my camera when I was just observing that it's like, it looks different here. It's very foggy. So it looks different intentionally, right? It's like a fog now. Silent Hill! Silent Hill in Final Fantasy. The command room. It does have dynamic weather. It does rain and stuff like that, but I've never seen Limsa look like this. I'm wondering if it's like story based.
Hearthstone it was called. Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the company of heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The Primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the Third Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred.
Yeah, the voice acting in A Realm Reborn and these patches are apparently interesting to say the least. The voice actors get replaced with Heaven's Ward because apparently I was told that they were using their localization team to do the voice acting, and there are some other voice actors in this, but with Heaven's Ward apparently it's a full voice cast from like a new voice cast from there onwards.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
So apparently everything gets better after Heaven's Ward in almost everywhere.
By
So
all
we'll see how we go.
accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself.
Like, nobody really has a voice that fits with them.
Tides and currents. All these things are his to command.
Like, does this guy have a voice that really fits him? It doesn't really sound like
lies
it.
in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told.
I can't try the Google translated version of Half-Life until I've played Half-Life for the first time, though. I haven't played Half-Life yet.
Bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Minfilia.
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis.
I think like gamer cred revoked because I haven't played Half-Life. It's like I haven't played like Resident Evil games or Silent Hill or Metal Gear Solid even. My gamer credibility can be in the dirt, but we're getting there. I'm getting through my backlog. I grew up with different games, that's all. And then I never had a PC. I think you can get Half-Life 2 on like PS2 or Xbox. I think you get Half-Life 2 on Xbox, I think. I'm not sure. Maybe.
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale.
I know that there's the orange box, but I think that you could get Half-Life standalone
lash two ships together
on
side
a
by
console.
side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick.
No, I've never played Siphon Filter.
Be quicker than building a new vessel.
I think that's PS1, yeah.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters...
And Splinter Cell is a series I need to get into as well after Metal Gear Solid is all wrapped up.
We must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
'Twill be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well.
I want to fight Leviathan!
Assemble the remnants of the fleet at Moradin.
Exposition!
Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
Yeah, I think, like, in Bryfer, I think you're right. This guy here sounds like Sid, which I think is really funny. I think it might be.
Then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of
Yeah, I bought all of the Splinter Cell backwards compatible games on Xbox One, so I've got them all ready to go and installed. It does sound like Sid, but less awkward, you're right, in Bryfer. I am basic, yes, I did draw my own avatar. I did. One of the benefits from doing art for so long and then deciding to do something else is that I can still use my artistic skills for other things. But yeah, I drew it. So ready to take on Leviathan. So much talking, Admiral. A man who claims to have defeated Leviathan. Okay. Imagine that. Imagine if Leviathan was defeated off-screen by a random. Bro, I wanted to fight Leviathan. I don't want to have to investigate some random guy who claims to have defeated him instead. Lame. Yeah, I didn't even notice until you mentioned, hey, that sounds like Sid. And I'm like, oh my god, it does sound like Sid. It sounds exactly like Sid. But just like, yeah, less awkward. So here we have this giant enemy crab. Yeah, Sid is in this game as the airship man, except his voice actor is so cringy. His voice actor is so cringy. Hello, knock knock, it's me and my behemoth. I've come to accept the quest. Ah, we're back with Tractome again. You have your bloody story after you do the things that he's doing the same thing. Oh, that's so good. He's still doing the same stuff where he's like making these people do stuff for him and then he'll tell them the story. That's a great detail. I wonder if he's gonna recognize me and get spooked. Oh, he's the one who's said that he's destroyed Leviathan, right? Leviabetus is huge as well. Okay, that's why we're here. That makes sense. Oh my god. This guy's so funny. He's like, yeah, I took on Leviathan. Oh my god. What a waste of our time. Can we go fight Leviathan now? This guy, honestly. There we go. Ah, it's you. Yeah, it's you. You're a liar. Yeah, this dude is totally the Mr. Satan of Final Fantasy. Goddamn Hercule. Yep, he recognized me. And he admitted himself as a fraud. God damn it. Cool, so where is he? Can I please fight him? Yeah, he keeps pissing his pants. That's why it's brown on the back. He's pooing himself. He got scared. He's not wearing his brown pants. Wow, I actually called him a whoreson. Jesus. Yay, the twin vessel is now complete. We're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. We're almost there. To the Morbi dry docks. People just be pissing their pants, dog. Especially when you're Otacon. Have I met Lorientis yet? Wait, I'm confused. Are we talking? We're talking about what? Dark Souls 1? Lorientis? We meet Lorientis in Dark Souls 1. Yeah, are you talking about Dark Souls 1? Because we meet Lorientis in Dark Souls 1. Oh, there's a Final Fantasy 14 character. No, I don't think so. I thought you were talking about Dark Souls. I was like, why are we talking about Dark Souls 1? No. I don't think we've met Lorientis. Not sure. Woo, let's go. One of my favorite games, Final Fantasy VII. It's like one of my top games of all time. Metal Gear Solid 4. Fable, The Lost Chapters, Halo 3, Kingdom Hearts 2, Pokemon Emerald. I'm trying to pick one game from each series instead of doing multiple, because I do have multiple favorite games in all of those series. I don't know, that's some. I've got a lot of favorite games. That's some of them. Dark Souls 1 as well at the moment, and also Dark Souls 3 be my favorites. 2, if I was to pick 2 from that series. No, Lautrec is in Dark Souls 1, and he's the guy in the jail cell. Lorientis is the pyromancer in Dark Souls 1. The Whirly to Hard, now accessible. It's time, baby. Long time coming. Alright. Let's proceed, everybody. Let's proceed. Reveled Beast Tribe, native to the Indigo Deep, have succeeded in summoning forth their voracious god, the Primal Leviathan. The Whirleader sits in the bay with her towing vessel, the Triumph, awaiting command to cast off. Alright, into the Maelstrom we go, baby. And I believe there is... this is Lord of the World. There's 2 more scenarios after this, and then that is the end of patch 2.2. And then we move into the next patch 2.3, Defenders of Eorzea. So that's cool. So we're almost at the end of patch 2.2. So we'll probably finish that this stream. And then when we move into patch 2.3, that's when we'll bring things to a close. Alright. How the hell are we going to fight Leviathan? How's this going to work? I'm excited. Water cannonballs. Damn, he's a speedy boy. So we're going to be fighting on the ship. And it'll like come up across the ship where we can attack it. Which logically makes no... Oh, there's a platform. Oh, hang on. There's a platform. Can we get knocked off the platform into the water? Like how Titan knocks us off the platform when we fight him. Knocks us into the water and we drown. Wow. In extreme, you can drop. Jesus Christ. This is awesome. Let's go. Leviathan! Each time your party is defeated, the Echo will grant you strength. Alright. Leviathan, we've come for you. Ooh, okay. This music is great. Ah! Ooh! Oh my god, that's so cool. Oh, am I supposed to be... I think I'm supposed to be taken on... Hang on. There's things that have spawned in. Not paying attention. And there's also fins. Leviathan's tail. I'm happy the internet held up too. I was scared that we almost would have lost it. Everyone's kind of attacking everything, so I'm just gonna commit to the tail, I guess. I'm doing okay here. Me and Suzume slowly chipping away at this tail. Actually, let me get rid of these things. Oh god. The elemental converter is now available. Oh god, Jesus. What does the elemental converter do? I don't know what it does. We're just gonna attack. I'm a DPS. I don't have time to think. All I do is attack. Oh god. Do I get out of the middle or do I stay in the middle? No, I'm supposed to be in the middle. For God's sake. I just wiped the whole team except for one. Wipe out. Oh my god. Wipe out. Holy shit. Were we supposed to stay in the middle there? That's so funny. Turn on the elemental thingy. Okay, so the elemental converter. Right. So as soon as it says that it's available, we should do something with it. That's great. That's funny. That's funny stuff. Guess we'll pay attention to that, won't we? This music is so good. Okay, the elemental converter is now operable. So should I fucking do the thing? Okay, so now we are shielded. Right. So now we're shielded. Okay, so we took reduced damage. Cool. Amazing. Look at us. We're so smart. And now we get the cool music. Second phase. This is amazing. Come on, Leviathan. You can do it, baby. It's time to die. Just me and Gigi's best friend taking out Leviathan over here. Leviathan's moved. Done, baby. GG, Leviathan, done. Nice. That wipe was funny. That was just a that was a funny wipe. Just a funny wipe. And they're just like, oh, the elemental converter. It's like, hey, you turned on the elemental converter, right? Sorry? What? Ah! We're dead! So good. Bye-bye, big fish. Alright, now a couple more quests to go before we can finish, couple more quests to go before we finish 2.2. Proceed to the command room. Yeah, him slamming onto the deck is so cool. Love that sort of environmental sort of battle.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks.
No worries. No nod? No nod?
I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Before I set foot in these lands, this experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own.
Secret fraternity.
By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Interesting.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Minfilia, please!
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
Woo!
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'ashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
I'll probably be going for the re-releases, maybe, but I'm not sure. We'll see how we go. Originals and re-releases probably. because I think Soulstorm is the new one. Oddworld Soulstorm is a remake of Oddworld Exodus, but I think they're essentially different. I'm not sure.
And I shall do it.
I'm not sure. I have Abe's Odyssey, and I also have the new and tasty remake. But I also want to play Stranger's Wrath as well, and Munch's Odyssey, so games like that. So the whole series is what I'd like to get into, because I played Abe's Odyssey a little bit as a kid, and I could never get past the first couple of levels. So I'd love to finally tackle it, you know.
Himself first and foremost.
I'd love to tackle it.
To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the great...
Who has the great end of cutscene? We did it. There are a couple more to go. I'm gonna find the secret NPC that everybody's raging about. Where are you guys? No worries, Quantum. Thank you so much for tuning into the stream. It's been lovely having a chat with you. Where are you? Where are you guys? Yeah, where are you located? What is your location? Hey, Ghost Mom. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. As we are basically closing out the stream at this point. We're right at the end. 5.5 hours, not bad. Look at this fucking chat message. Any egos trying to play Steam games? Any egos out here? Anyone got any of them egos? It's currently 1:40 p.m. and raining. 1:40 p.m. and raining. Alright, I'll check the airport in a second. Speed through these last couple of things. Cool. Complete. So I got some nameless gear. Oh, I've got a buffalo minion. I didn't even notice. I got a buffalo minion. Yo. Fashion accessories. Fashion accessories under character. Nice. Just me and my parasol that my spear has pierced. Just me and my parasol. So Aleport, you said, right? Where the hell is Aleport again? Is Aleport in Uldal? Oh, man. Where's Aleport? That's Wineport. Aleport, there we go. La Nocia. So I'm at Aleport. Let me find where you guys are. Where am I? Where's the party? There you are. You guys are there. So you guys are Aleport Docks. Can I just fly over there? Do I have an elixir in my inventory? No. I don't. I do not have an elixir. Can I explain why they call Logan Big Hat Logan? Because he wears a big hat. You're welcome. It's because he's got giant balls. There's a secret NPC that sells minions for elixirs. Oh, it's a magic pot. That's why, dude. It's a magic pot. Oh my god. Magic pots, dude, from Final Fantasy VII. That like you get so much AP and experience from them in the final dungeon. They're like, give me elixir. Damn it, I don't have any. Wind up moon. And a wind-up sun. Needs a high elixir, though. I don't have any of those. Ah, that's so cool. Just a magic pot, just chilling. Oh. You're gonna give... Oh. You're gonna give me a thingy. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I used to farm magic pots in Final Fantasy VII for ages to level up my stuff. Cool. And then a wind-up sun. Okay. Secret minions. I've had my cloud for so long, though. Wait. Where are they? I'm confused. Oh. There's everyone. I put them in my favorites, right? I have so many. Sorry, I was confused. I haven't summoned any of these yet. Tiny buffalo. Sproutling. You see the wind-up airship a lot. Pablo's favorite, Baby Bun. Minions serve no purpose, they just follow you around. There's cosmetics. Ooh, that rain's getting mighty heavy. My clothes are getting nice and washed. out there. I need to take my washing off the line, and then maybe wait for the rain to stop, which would be preferable. Alright, let's speak to Minfilia at the Rising Stones. Yeah, and that's even with me having my NVIDIA broadcast drowning out the background noise, because I can hear the rain through my headset as well. Because there's a window right here.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo.
No worries, Dagfact. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is going to be the end of the stream anyway, but appreciate you joining.
So doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew...
Yeah, NVIDIA Broadcast has the option to filter out background noise. Does some noise removal.
Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his...
So it's like AI to remove white noise and stuff like that, and just focus on the voice. This is why in my playthroughs, sometimes when I laugh or scream, it glitches, because it doesn't think it's my voice and it's trying to remove the sound, and it's like broken audio.
Occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elizabeth spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed.
There we go. There might be less rain noise now.
There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale. Yet recent events have given me cause to wonder, could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key
you can change the
defeating
threshold.
Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid,
You
it
can
is my
change the
hope that I shall
strength of it.
fathom this matter ere long.
Urianger.
Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend.
Hey, no worries, YUN. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady.
You need to have an RTX graphics card though for it to work. By the way, it doesn't work with like GTX, which is why I couldn't use it with my old PC.
The Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
Interesting.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
Fuck you, Lolorito. You suck. All my homies hate Lolorito. I feel like I'm gonna get flooded. What's going on here?
It is done, my lord. I... Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
Weird. Weird. Weird, suspicious Lalafell. That's it, baby. That's patch 2.2 completed through the Maelstrom. And patch 2.3 begins. Patch 2.3 begins. Now, thank you so much for watching the stream, as we will be closing this one out now. What comes up next is patch 2.3, the Defenders of Eorzea. So we'll be looking into that one on the next Final Fantasy stream, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Just a nice, chill stream. Almost 6 hours, which has been pretty good. Much better than the last Final Fantasy 14 stream. We got a lot done, which was very good. So we'll probably be looking at doing patch 2.3 and 2.4 next stream. If we're doing those 2 patches each stream, then we should have 2.5 and 2.55 done the stream after that, and then we're into Heaven's Ward. So that should be good. Yes, tomorrow I'm going to add that into the schedule now. We will be doing a bonus stream for Metal Gear Acid 2 to continue that one, as it was cut short. It was unfortunately cut short because of the internet issues. So hopefully weather's good tomorrow for some internet, and we'll do Metal Gear Acid 2. And then back to more Metal Gear Acid later in the week with Final Fantasy 14 as well. So thank you so much for tuning in, guys. It's been a pleasure, and I'll catch you tomorrow. I'll put it in the schedule so you'll know what it is in your time zone for Metal Gear Acid, and then I'll catch you on, I believe, my Wednesday as well. So 2 days after tomorrow for Final Fantasy 14 to continue. It's been a pleasure, everybody. Have a good evening, have a good morning, have a good day, wherever you guys are. And I will see you next time.